Good evening. Welcome to the Red Hook Town Board meeting of Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. Would you be kind enough to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much.
I don't believe that, really,
We have, for the folks at home, if you'd be kind enough to pan to the screen.
Good, yes.
So that folks can see what we'll be discussing tonight.
Santa?
Apologize, I'm going to adjust this just a little bit so that people in the audience can see.
Make it long.
Yeah, we just drove in.
Okay.
Make it
I think the
long.
sign was better the way it was.
Yeah.
So tonight we are, it's the first meeting of the month. We'll be doing the supervisor's report, clerk's report, a couple of announcements, some public comments. We have continued public hearing on local laws B and C, and as a reminder for the folks at home, this is a resubmission of local law 1 of 2025 based upon a court decision. We told the public we might, though we have voted to appeal the decision, we might just as well resubmit. It might be easier to do so and cheaper to do so, and then comply with the direction of the court as it relates to the seeker review. We have on the agenda some resolutions to approve the 2026 Police Services Agreement, resolution to set the public hearing, amended 2026 Tivoli Fire Contract. We'll be increasing the capital amount to help pay for the debt that they will incur for their expansion project. A resolution to set public hearing on water tank rehabilitation if you are a customer in the water district. The water board has determined that it's time to repaint the tank, and so we are going to set a public hearing as it relates to that. We will be discussing with our highway superintendent projected paving and capital projects for 2026, looking at approving a contract for communication equipment as it relates to the water tank. We'll just introduce the employee benefit package healthcare plan options for 2026. We'll be taking action sometime in January on that. Review local laws B and C, and we will have a home rule request to our state senator and assemblyman person to extend the CPF for another 25 years, and then any other business at the end of that. With that being said, let's jump right in to the supervisor's report. Again, this is a snapshot of the financial condition of your municipality at any given moment. This is for the period ending November 30th. We started with an opening balance of $9.5 million, roughly. We had receipts of $987,000, disbursements of $1.177,000, with an ending balance of $9,302,000. We have your variance report. Council members, if you have any questions on that. The proposed budget adjustments by our bookkeeper and Conway. You want to take a few moments if there's any questions you have. Anything? If not, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the supervisor's report?
Second.
Much all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We also have the clerk's report. Deanna, if you'd be kind enough.
Town clerk's report for November 2025. We served 127 people at the window. We took in 151 phone calls, and we did 78 notaries. The report for the period of November 1st through November 30th, 25, total local shares remitted to the town, $6,684.25. Amount paid to New York State Agriculture and Markets for spay and neuter program, 15. Amount paid to New York State Department of Health for marriage licenses, $67.50. Amount paid to New York State Environmental Conservation for hunting and fishing license, $475. Total state, county, and local revenues, $7,242. And then there are abstract.
Some vouchers.
Yeah, vouchers. I hereby certify that vouchers numbered 34131 to 34235 totaling $551,849.85 processed in the month of November 2025 are an accurate reporting of the abstracts approved for payment by the town board.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there a motion to accept the clerk's report?
Second.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Jacob. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. A couple of quick announcements. I think when I first started as supervisor, I would list some of our members in the community that we lost. I think we did it for a couple of years, and then it became somewhat problematic because it was hard to make sure that we covered everyone. But I did want to take a moment to just let you know, if you don't already know, that Dr. George Verrilli did pass a few days ago. George was instrumental, determined, and generous enough to provide us with the community center, something we did not have previously until he had the vision for it. And it's been a really great example of one of the many, we keep talking about public-private partnerships. Folks may not realize that the town provides funding for a lot of those programs, and those programs range, the people who participate in those programs range many age groups. And so it's a true loss. Dr. Verrilli, if you knew him well, you knew he had two passions: his community, assisting with births, as he liked to refer to it, and cars. And his passion for cars allowed him to collect and to have the resources to donate the community center to us. So a big loss there, but such a legacy that he left. The other announcement we have is we want to let you know we're just a couple of days away now from folks enrolling in the Cookingham Community Solar Project. You will be receiving a letter. It will have the town seal on it. It will have my name and signature on it, so there won't be any confusion to you whether or not it's a solicitation. I know that we often get junk mail on this. If you've been following along for the last couple of years, we've been talking about this aspect of the Cookingham farm on a few acres that were formerly mined nearly a century ago. We have our second community solar project. There's information that will be sent to you, some frequently asked questions, and the way for you to enroll. We do want to let you know that there's only capacity for about 80 or 90 households, so it is on a first-come, first-served basis. You are guaranteed to have 10% savings off of what you would otherwise pay for your Central Hudson. It's kilowatt to kilowatt credits, and you get 10% savings on that. This is not going to provide the kind of savings that currently exist with the first project, because that pricing was done before energy prices escalated dramatically. So if you're wondering if you should switch from that to this, while you need to do you, I would caution you to not switch over until you do the math on it. Okay. Those are the only two announcements I have. I want to thank everybody who participated and helped a lot of the Winter festivities, both in Red Hook Village and Tivoli. And this is your public service reminder to please, during this time when you're going out and buying gifts, support your local businesses so that we see them again in the new year. Any other announcements? No? Okay. Very good. With that being said, and apologies for running a little bit late tonight, we have a continuation of the public hearing. It's related to local law B proposed and local law C proposed of 2025. We want you to express everything you'd like to express with a reminder, however, for the public at home. We are resubmitting because a court told us, though we are not in agreement, that we should do the review again and incorporate something that was contemplated afterwards, but recently after the passage of it. And so we're doing that in compliance with the request. This will have no bearing on the action that was taken in July. That was a separate environmental review. That's concluded. The decision related to that has concluded. This has bearing on whether or not we pass a resubmission of essentially what was local law 1, and there are two changes. One is a small change in definition, and one is environmental review incorporating what later happened, which is the acquisition action. Okay, with that being said, could you read the public hearing notice, Dana, please?
Notice of public hearing, Town of Red Hook. Please take notice that extended and concurrent public hearings will be held by the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook on December 9th, 2025 at 7:35 p.m. local time at the Town Hall, 7340 South Broadway, Red Hook, New York, to hear all interested persons on the following proposed local laws. Number B, proposed of 2025, entitled Local Law Number B, proposed of 2025, a local law updating and amending the town zoning law, has been submitted to the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, the proposed local law. Number C, proposed of 2025, entitled Local Law Number C, proposed of 2025, a local law updating and amending the town zoning law, has been submitted to the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, the proposed local law. The Town Board has classified the actions as Type 1 action and declared its intent to serve as lead agency for the matters. All interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard at said hearing. All reasonable accommodations will be made for persons with disabilities. In such case, please notify the town clerk. Please take further notice that copies of said proposed local laws are available for review at the Town Hall, 7340 South Broadway, Red Hook, New York, or online at the link provided. By order of the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, dated November 19th, 2025, Deanna Cochran, Town Clerk, Town of Red Hook.
Very good. At this time, I would like to make a motion to open the continued public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And just a reminder, folks, set many years before our time, there's a 3-minute limit. It's not designed to keep your comments brief. It's designed to ensure that we can both hear from people and conduct our business. As you saw at the last meeting, we were here till midnight. So that is the reason for a time limit. We continue to encourage you to put everything in writing because obviously that can exceed 3 minutes. Okay, with that being said, who would like to speak at the continued public hearing? Don't be shy. Okay, Linda?
I'm going to speak.
Linda, I think you
Should I
have
go
your
first?
hand up.
Yeah, sure.
Linda,
Okay, I'll go first.
if you'd be kind enough to say your name,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to go before me?
Take the stage.
Linda Cassidy, 211 Barrytown Road. I'm not really quite sure where to start tonight. So I've been doing some research on local law A, a little bit of research, I must add. Local law C rather. It's it's a ploy. You make it sound sort of reasonable in your description of it, but it's a ploy designed to sidestep Judge Rosa's ruling in nullification of local law 1. That strikes me as being, or I think is going to strike the judge as being unethical and illegal, and will probably be thrown out, and will probably end up in court again over it. So my question to you is very much the same as what I asked the board members last time. Why are you continuing to go along with this? Everything that we've been seeing in this process, ever since last February, is riddled with underhanded political maneuvering that maybe is illegal, maybe it's not. It's always shading right on the very edge of the law. But you, all four of you, have it in your power to stop this. You are enabling this behavior. It's not ethical. It's not being received by the community as being ethical. And by the way, these people who sit in front of you now, who we keep saying night after night, week after week, these people are your constituents as much as any of those invisible people that you keep saying are in support of eminent domain. But why don't we count as much as the invisible ones count? I want to say to you, Mr. Hamill, I respected what you said during the summer in your comments about James Madison when you were talking about eminent domain. But I would like to quote to you Thomas Jefferson, who said, "The entire art of government consists in the art of being honest." None of this is honest. These laws are not honest. The process has not been honest. The way in which you interface with the community is not honest. Ms. Solomon, I feel that your heart is in the right place. However, I feel that your continued cooperation here undermines the other good efforts that you're making. Mrs. Kane, I feel that you have done so much for the community over the years. Why go out on this note? This is a tainted project. No one wants it. No one except maybe some associates of the people sitting behind that desk. Why continue to add the fuel to this fire? Mr. Testa, when you were kind enough to speak to me over the summer, I truly believed that your heart is in the right place as well. And you told me about how you enjoy going to meetings to talk about, with your colleagues, to talk about good government practice. How would you be able to explain these maneuverings and justify these practices? Justify the way in which these constituents are being treated, the Barrytown community is being treated. How do you justify it to yourselves? None of it is right. We, the people of Barrytown, the people of Red Hook, the people of Tivoli, the people who are your true constituents, feel disrespected, disregarded, and you continue to trample over us in pursuit of some quixotic gain of your own. So I'm appealing to you four board members, please put an end to this. Please vote no on these proposals. Please rescind your votes, your positive vote on eminent domain, and please let's begin a true conversation, a true dialogue with the community that may lead then to positive outcomes for all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Nancy?
Nancy Rogers, 7659 North Broadway. I just want a short comment before I comment on the proposed laws. My home's backyard is literally Cookingham Farm West. Is where I can view the unattractive construction of the solar panels that I was told I would probably not see from my house. So I took a picture. I will give it to you after I finish reading. Since the true intent of these proposed laws is obvious to everyone here and most of the public, let's talk about money. On November 19th, John Douglas shared that Robert was very clear at the April meeting at BARD that he has $3 million available for purchase of the boat club. Where is the $3 million coming from? An unappropriated fund balance of that amount against a budget of about $6 million, or maybe it's $9 million now, certainly raised red flags. We know there is approximately $3.5 million in the Community Preservation Fund, but that cannot be used for a purchase. So were you being truthful in April or just boastful? Jacob, Bill, do you know where the $3 million is? You both voted to go ahead with eminent domain, so I hope you know how it will be paid for. You also continue to claim that no work will be done on the property. On November 19th, Robert recommended that everyone go visit the public boat launches in the area and we see that they are nowhere near as ready for a public park as the boat club property. But those sites are launches, meant only to provide access to the water for boating, an apples to oranges comparison, but you know that. Again, lip service versus reality. Parks have broader regulations, recreational uses. At minimum, you need a plan to identify barriers to and schedule structural changes for ADA compliance, not to mention other safety measures that have been stated to the board many times. It is unlikely that the town's insurance carrier would agree that no work is needed as the liability issues are magnified in a riverfront setting. The truth is, there are costs beyond the acquisition being withheld from the public. Add these to taking the property off the tax rolls and the planned staffing. Fact-checking everything we are told and keeping up with your changing stories is exhausting. Even you can't keep your stories straight anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Well, Linda, if you'd be kind enough just to say your name into the microphone, please.
Roland Page, Red Oak, 56-year resident. Mr. Supervisor, I want to start with quoting you from the Daily Catch. I am determined to do the very best for this community. I feel like my role is to help assist in bringing consensus. You come up with something that is a compromise that works for the community. That's directly from you. Mr. Supervisor, you have previously represented yourself as a facilitator on a Daily Catch interview. I paraphrase. The facts of your claiming appear to be artificial facilitator appear to be untrue. It also appears that your actions here are taken in deceitful manner of favoring the town's yet undisclosed plan. As you intentionally enacted this law, knowing that you were going to take the Red Hook Boat Club by eminent domain, without discussing that with the boat club or the general public. It would appear that this is a malicious act to deprive the Red Hook Boat Club of what is rightfully theirs. These acts are not those of a facilitator, but a dictator. Look at me when I tell you that. Thank you.
I'm taking notes from you.
If you were honestly trying to arrive at a compromise for a private-public agreement with the Red Hook Boat Club, recast yourself as a facilitator that you alleged to be. Remember, the whole town and local area is watching.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Reinders.
Ronald Reinders, Norton Road, Red Hook. The November 19th public hearing, I asked if the board had brought the CSX deed restrictions on Dock Road to the attention of any of the attorneys being paid for by the town. Certainly wasn't brought up at any public meeting, so the community would be aware of significant barrier to creating a riverside park. Pretty sure this has not been addressed, and I wonder why. One theory is, you have no intention of creating a public park by the river. You aren't concerned about deed restrictions. Have you reached out to, let's say, Ms. Harper, Properties and Boundaries of CSX? I know you haven't. You aren't concerned about deed restrictions. You aren't concerned about traffic issues. You aren't concerned about the safety and accessibility issues. You have said many times that no changes are planned for the property. Let's not forget, if the town acquires the property, you could sell it later with the approval of the New York State Legislature. As a matter of fact, the possibility of selling the property down the road was the only comment that got a reaction from Robert at the May 16th public hearing. It wouldn't be as hard as you want people to believe, because we all know Robert has been schmoozing folks in Albany for years. No, it wouldn't be hard at all. Maybe another 8:30 morning meeting before the town hall opens at 9 for a closing on another property. I can foresee that. The deed states the premises may be used for parking only by the trust or a similar not-for-profit organization. Well, the town is not a not-for-profit. Nearby Bar College is, 501c3 organization. Is that your plan? Take the property and later say it's too expensive to improve staff, etc., and make that the basis for a sale with a ready and willing buyer. Just throwing that out there for the public to chew on. It certainly would explain Jacob's support. Bart is his employer. It would also explain Robert's determination to grab this property. He may already have a deal in place for when his term ends. He knows he'll never be elected again, and if not Bart, maybe it's someone else waiting in the wings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. This eminent domain push never felt right. You're fighting too hard to make this happen, despite all the opposition. And that tells us somebody wants that property, much more than the residents of Red Hook.
Lisa?
Lisa Polero, 61 Jefferson Road, Red Hook. At the last meeting, I said this crusade defies logic, and it seems there's no one, professionally, personally, family, or friends, from whom you take advice. That's actually pretty sad because I'm sure some of them have tried. So clearly there is something else at play here, something calculated. The public hearing is still open, yet strategically placed near the end of the agenda and listed as a discussion are the resolutions to adopt local laws B and C. That tells us that the hearings are a charade, you have no intention of considering comments, and you already have your votes. No doubt Bill and Jacob will join Robert in voting aye. You don't even pretend anymore to care what the public thinks, and there simply is no shame. Maybe some of you don't intend to be here long to stick around to see if the damage you do can be repaired, and this is just a stop on the way to the next town or the next job, or getting back to your home state. One of you drives a car with out-of-state plates, so maybe I'm not far off. We've heard the lies, listened to the self-congratulatory speeches, and seen the stone-cold stares when we ask critical questions. Robert only responds after public comments, so he can't be challenged or corrected, and the rest of you simply defer. Confident leaders surround themselves with those that disagree in debate, while insecure and narcissistic leaders seek acquiescence. None of you are handpicked to disagree. Groupthink results in poor decisions, and here we are, staring directly into what is arguably the poorest decision ever proposed, let alone supported by any Red Hook Town Board. So Robert, look into that camera and tell the one person who may still believe you how it is you've spent years and hundreds of thousands of dollars at St. Margaret's, located next to an ice cream shop, but you don't intend to do any safety, sanitary, or ADA compliance upgrades along the river. It just doesn't add up. A quick Google search that took less time than Robert needed last meeting to bring up the local laws on the town website shows that the U.S. District Court has scheduled a conference call between all parties for December 18th. Yet in a stunning lack of moral conviction, none of you had the courage to say maybe we should take a beat, slow this down, and not embroil the town further litigation and get through the next step. None of you. The attorneys must have their heads in their hands wondering how much deeper you're going to dig this hole. Or they have a calculator out figuring out their next invoice. After all, this farce has been a cash cow for them. This house of cards will fall, and you will all forever be linked to the most unpopular action ever taken. Great work.
Thank you. Linda, kind enough to state your name for the record, please.
Linda Stoddard. Robert, at the November 19th meeting, you said that public hearings are for soliciting input. Please be honest and admit you are only holding them because you have to. This board has long ignored community input before, during, and after public hearings. In 2021, there was overwhelming opposition to proposed Local Law G regarding short-term rentals. The public hearing on Local Law G continued over 3 meetings at a time when the town hall was still closed to the public due to COVID, and many who hosted short-term rentals relied heavily on the extra income. Despite what you heard from the community members, Robert, Bill, Jacob, and Christine all voted to adopt Local Law G, which became Local Law 6 of 2021. Julia was not on the board at that time. The message then, as it still is now, is that you are rushing the process and the time was not right. But nothing then or now seems to resonate with any of you. 76 people spoke at the May 16th public hearing regarding eminent domain, all in opposition. Hundreds also sent letters and statements or signed petitions in opposition. Only 8 people expressed support in written statements. This board ignored that input. You all came with prepared statements to the July 15 vote on eminent domain, further indicating you had no intention of considering public comments or input. Your minds were already made up, or possibly you had been directed on how to vote, likely well in advance of the May public hearing. And now again, you have members of the public telling you the process is rushed since a new LWRP has yet to be approved or receive feedback from the Department of State, and a new comprehensive plan is in the works. As in your pattern, that input is ignored. 2 things are exceedingly clear here. There is no independent thought among board members, and you have contempt for your constituents. Robert has an excuse for everything, and the rest of you rarely say a word. When you view your constituents as a bother and the public hearings as something to be endured, it's time to step aside and allow people who are truly interested in public service and listening to serve this community.
Thank you. If you'd be kind enough to, all right, we want to let Roxanne go first. Roxanne?
Susan Pasha,
Sorry,
124
Suzanne,
Station
sorry.
Hill Road, Barrytown, New York. At the last minute, we presented a thermometer poster showing the known legal and planning costs tied to this eminent domain action. It is now updated with the most recent FOIL documents, which still do not include November or December invoices. The earlier estimate was unfortunately accurate. The town has already spent approximately $225,000 with more invoices still outstanding. The new estimate is $275,000. On November 19th, Supervisor McKeon stated repeatedly that the board is working to reduce legal fees, while simultaneously making clear that an appeal of Judge Rosa's decision remains on the table if the proposed local laws are not adopted. This public hearing feels like an exercise in futility. The community has been consistent and overwhelming in its opposition, yet the outcome appears predetermined. Should you pass local laws B and C this evening, it will simply be one more instance in which the expressed will of the people you were elected to serve has been overridden. The 5 of you bear direct responsibility for every dollar already spent, plus ongoing expenses. Money that could have supported our police and fire departments and real needs that exist in our community, not for a, quote, park. The majority of the community has repeatedly said it neither needs nor wants. On top of that, you have not provided the crucial financial information required for any potential purchase of property. Source of funds, cost of acquisition, renovation costs to bring a New York State park in full ADA compliance, and ongoing maintenance costs. As citizens of Red Hook, we deserve to know the full taxpayer burden. Many see this as corrupt, disreputable politics at its worst, raw power used to force an outcome the public has already rejected. When land that has served veterans and working families for generations can be taken without a real itemized plan, without honest justification, and without public support, every homeowner in Red Hook should feel a chill. If this can happen to the boat club at the bottom of the hill, it can happen to any one of us anywhere in this town. I urge you, even at this late hour, to reconsider this course. Rescind your votes, drop the appeal, and redirect your energy toward the priorities of the community.
Thank you. Jeff, would you like to go next?
Yeah, hi again, Jeff Carter, Red Hook, New York, in the United States of America. I just want to look at your faces for a second. Okay. I want you to understand that we understand the principles that the nation was founded on, okay? We all know the history of America. A question I would have, why not take this land and give it to the indigenous people that used to live here instead of the town? Okay, have you thought about that? I also want to approach these things from a totally different angle that other people might not think about. I grew up in a family that had a Quaker background. And what they did was they congregated in a room. And there was no leader. Everybody sat. And when they were spoken to, they felt whatever energy was channeled into their bodies about what they felt. Now I want you to think about this for a minute. What if you reverse time? What if you weren't the captain of the Starship Enterprise and there's an attack and you're going into defense mode? What if you went back 2 years in time and you knew what was going to happen and you weren't postured to just deflect all this stuff, okay? Think about it. So I'm going to leave the remainder of the minute and a half time I have for silence. For everybody in this room that can appreciate the American thought of property rights being stolen by, you name it, whatever you're going through here. Next minute, I want to call for silence. I'll stand here and leave in 58 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else?
I better go before I add to my list of things to say before the speech. Again, the shy one. Bonnie Day. You said you were doing it. Al, can you hear me?
Al, can you hear?
Yeah, Bonnie, I can. Thank God. I haven't been able to hear the rest of them.
I know, that's why I'm checking. You said you're doing it to be compliant. Just stop it instead of making changes. You said many minutes before our time. It reminded me of my time. I played ball where this building stands. My great-grandfather was once president of the village of Red Hook before it was changed to mayor. My great-uncle Sonny Day is on the marble stone out front, and my great-uncle was an original trustee of the Red Hook Boat Club. I've been around. This is very personal. You need a deep breath because I get nervous. Again, I am asking nicely, please stop this. The distrust in my own town board is beyond sad. It's been happening for a long time, but I wasn't paying attention until it happened to me. There was a Daily Catch ethics article. We were not given the courtesy for open communication, so I must comment now on the last time we were all here until midnight. Sorry, Bill. You said at the November 19th meeting that you were bewildered as to why the public would think the board is setting the stage to use the Community Preservation Fund to later pay down indebtedness. or make improvements on the boat club property if the town acquires/takes the parcels. You might want to join us here in the cheap seats and listen to what can only be described as double talk from this board. We've been lied to, repeatedly dismissed, and regarded as lesser than annoyances. It's hard to believe anything we're told. When multiple speakers expressed concerns about the board was proposing and subsequently passing local law 8 to set a precedent for later using the fund to pay debt on the boat club property, Robert said, "We cannot because those projects weren't with willing sellers. The funds need to be used for projects that are with willing sellers." Exactly 22 minutes later, he said, "We do not believe it is legal to do so. So you cannot or you do not believe you can." And you're the one who's bewildered? One speaker even asked that one of you 3 law firms put in writing that the community preservation funds cannot be used later for the boat club. We'd like to see a legal opinion rather than Robert's interpretation, but I doubt we ever will see that because the question or request requiring a definite answer is ignored. When the whole disaster started with the zoning changes that became the now invalid Local Law 1, the boat club members were told that they would be grandfathered. There's an article in the Daily Catch about that. And not impacted. That was the first lie of many. No need to be bewildered. Just start listening to the lines that are being fed to the public, and it should be clear to you why we question every action put forth, including the proposed local laws B and C. Put these on hold until the new board members are seated so we can hear real questions and actual debate.
Thank you, Ronnie. Roxanne.
Thank you. Roxanne Fisher, Barrytown, New York. I am deeply disappointed and strongly object to the town board's continued rush to adopt a negative declaration under seeker for the proposed local law B and C, the sweeping zoning amendments now before you. Most troubling is the document included in tonight's agenda packet titled Full EAF Part 2 and Part 3 Continuation Sheet. This continuation sheet attempts to dismiss or downplay the Red Hook Planning Board's clear written findings that numerous provisions of these very same zoning amendments are inconsistent with the local waterfront revitalization plan. Those inconsistencies are not minor technicalities. They go to the heart of question 12 in EAF Part 2, which is, will the proposed action be consistent with adopted land use plans? The only intellectually honest answer, based on your own planning board's analysis, is yes, that is moderate to large impact may occur. Yet the continuation sheet provided tonight asserts that there will be, quote, no or small impact, and offers no substantial explanation for overriding the planning board's expert findings. Seeker demands that the lead agency take a hard look at all relevant areas of environmental concern and provide a reasoned elaboration for its determination. Simply contradicting the planning board without evidence or analysis is the opposite of a hard look. It is a deliberate blind eye. The town board cannot lawfully adopt zoning that it has been expressly advised is inconsistent with the LWRP without, at minimum, acknowledging the inconsistency and justifying the departure. Doing so in the context of a negative declaration compounds the error and virtually guarantees successful legal challenge. I am disappointed that the board is instead attempting to push through a flawed seeker determination tonight. I urge you in the strongest possible terms, reject the proposed negative declaration and withdraw the zoning amendments. Anything less violates both seeker and New York town law. disrespects the planning board's work, and undermines public trust.
Richie Ross, Commonwealth Reddick Boat Club. I'll remind you again, 752 days, that's what you got left. William Jacob, abandon the ship. The snake oil salesman is going to bite you. If you think that when this settles in months, years, whatever it may be, if one of you does not step up as a leader out from the shadows of the supervisor, if you think that we're going to settle down and not have as much enthusiasm and fighting us to make sure that you do not get reelected, you're sadly mistaken. We're going to bring the same environment, the same drawing out for that type of election, I can assure you that. On November 19th, during the discussion of local laws B and C, Robert stated that these laws have nothing to do with the acquisition of the boat club. I'm not sure how you can say that when these laws would not have even been proposed if Judge Rosa hadn't annulled Local Law 1. This board failed to consider the eminent domain action when passing it. In fact, these new local laws have everything to do with the acquisition of the boat club. It's statements like that, clearly meant to misrepresent your true intent, and that's putting it nicely, which make everything we're told or read suspect. Stop the misleading, deceptive statements and tell the truth. In fact, right after you said the laws are not related to the boat club acquisition, you said you strongly disagree with Judge Rosa's decision, and you thought it would be easier to refile and review the local law. To be clear, Judge Rosa's decision was in response to the boat club's Article 78 lawsuit. So you are refiling because of the decision, but expect people to believe that these proposed local laws have nothing to do with the acquisition of the boat club. Any reasonable person knows they are completely connected. One other clarification following your discussion on local laws B and C, since this is our only opportunity to refute your comments. Robert stated that the boat club filed a challenge to the eminent domain action, but it was dismissed because the Supreme Court was not the appropriate venue. You failed to add that the case is very much active and ongoing in the Second Appellate Division and in the federal courts. The public deserves to know the truth, the entire truth, and not rely on statements meant to mislead. Proposed local laws B and C are designed to further your ill-advised use of eminent domain and jam through their adoption before the new board members are sworn in. Keep these public hearings open through January when the new town board members have an opportunity to ask questions and express their thoughts. That would be a welcome display of transparency.
Hi, my name is Shelley Day. I would like to read my statement into the record for the public hearing on proposed local law B and local law C. It is well known that this town board has approved expenditures close to $250,000 with nothing to show for it. The information comes from FOIL responses since the board intentionally withholds this information from the public. There are still invoices outstanding and a 2-month gap in billing from one of the law firms, so the total is even greater. One or more residents escalated financial concerns with supporting documents to the New York State Comptroller's Office. The town of Red Hook is on the radar of the New York State Comptroller's Office, not an enviable place to be. The invoices and payments revealed yet another interesting budgeted fact. 2 of the largest funds are A, general town-wide, for which taxes are levied on all properties in the town and the 2 villages, and B, general outside town, for which taxes are levied on properties in the town, not the 2 villages. All the legal fees tagged as boat club acquisition have been paid from the B fund, meaning none of those expenditures have come from taxes on properties in the villages of Red Hook and Tivoli. That is interesting because recreation, which would include a public park, falls under the A fund, since all residents have the use of it. Planning and zoning fall under the B fund since both villages have their own planning and zoning departments. All boat club acquisition fees have been paid out of the planning and zoning departments in the B fund. Now, some of those costs are in fact related to the Article 78 challenge in the zoning, so those are appropriate for the B fund, but we call into question the legal fees, which are substantial, specific to the eminent domain action and acquisition for the purposes of a park. Those should be paid appropriately from the General Fund A? Why is the supervisor, who also functions as the town's budget officer, directing all payments out of the B fund and using taxes only from the properties in the town, not the villages? I don't know, but my guess would be it's being hidden because there's not enough money in the general fund. This question, along with invoices received to date from the municipal law firms, will be forwarded to the New York State Comptroller to consider with information previously provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Marshall?
Marshall Crodell, Town of Stamford, where the politicians answer my mail. Just because you weaseled your way in and convinced the people of Red Hook that you are decent individuals should not give you the license to steal from the Red Hook Boat Club members, no matter what the reason. Here's an excerpt from Bob Dylan's song, Serve Somebody, from the Slow Train Coming album. It couldn't be more fitting for you, the morally disabled. You may be a preacher preaching spiritual pride. You may be a councilman taking bribes on the side. You may be working in a barber shop. You may even know how to cut hair. You may be somebody's mistress, maybe somebody's heir. But you're going to have to serve somebody. Yes, you're going to have to serve somebody. It may be the devil or it may be the Lord, but you're going to have to serve somebody. You're still going to have to serve somebody. Yes, you're going to have to serve somebody. Well, it may be the devil or it may be the Lord, but you're going to have to serve somebody. Pay attention and go examine your conscience and keep your dishonest hands off the Red Hook Boat Club. There's another letter here.
Anyone else?
Just 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you all for...
My name is Joanne O'Feld. I no longer live in the area. I used to live on Crestwood Road. I was your neighbor and your friend. I come back here today and I hear about this. And my question is why? Why would you want to elicit the ire and the anger of all these good people who have been living here and the boat club that's been here for so many decades? I can't understand what the motivation is that would bring you into a place where you are adversaries with the people of Red Hook. When I used to live here, I mean, it was just such... I mean, there's so many stories. We go back when Irv Fraley died. And what happened to our road then? And we used to talk about it, like, why? Why would that happen? So I just had to stand up, Robert, because I just don't understand why you're taking this position. I don't know any of you, but I thought I knew you, and I'm just a little taken aback that this is even occurring.
Thank you.
Curtis Stoltz, 154 Chelsea Road, Wappinger Falls. I've listened to several of these, comments. I've listened to everyone who's here, watched everyone. I'm really not a neighbor here, but everywhere I've gone, over 3 million miles of preventable accident, I've always found a friend and I've always found good people. And when I see good people like at odds with each other, I think back to that's 250 years ago when George Washington, they all signed that, proclamation, we're not going to take it anymore from the king. And then just recently, December 7th, my mother made a comment while she was alive about December 7th. said, everybody spent all Sunday outside talking to each other, you know, looking at each other, talking to each other. And then come 9/11, and she said, Curtis, what was really sad about 9/11, that nobody was talking to each other. Nobody was out in the street. It was all, you know, consumed with something else. Maybe in your neighborhood, but most, you know, to hear from someone who'd be 100 years old on the 12th of this month, you know, she comes from a very long history of left Scotland and come here. Her ancestors, they were part of the Hatfield McCoys. I mean, I've always enjoyed a feud. I mean, I see a really good feud here, but I think there's something that we're missing here, that we're all in this together. So I got this little tidbit of information. Okay, last month at Austin Boat and Yacht Club, I'm the Executive Board Director of the Hudson River Boat and Yacht Club Association, and we're also supporting Red Hook Boat Club and Montauk Hudson Council. But Liz Feldman, she's now the town board supervisor now. She got on the town board, and she just relinquished her Commodore position of last year, and now she's in the, I mean, the way I was explained to it, they are actually reversing this eminent domain, or the taking back of the boat club that was taken from them from the town of Austin some time ago. So I'm just saying, you know, if I taught anything to my children, negotiate. You got to negotiate. You know, no matter where you go, you got to negotiate. You might hear you got your neighbors, but you got to negotiate with each other. You know, White House, you know, at Albany. You know, I see a parallel that's, you know, history's repeating itself. So, in the finest words you ever see when you walk into any kind of an installation, military or place of honor, lest we forget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reinders and I think...
Rich Reinders, Red Hook. Over the last few months, Robert has started responding to public comments after the public comment period closes. He did the same on November 19th after everyone spoke at the public hearings. This gives him an opportunity to look into the camera and put his spin on things. Make sure the public doesn't have an opportunity to refute his version of the truth. You can expect him to do the same tonight. There were a lot of comments on November 19th about lack of communication and documentation of public. When he said more than once that if you are signed up for the notifications, you will get all the documents, including the proposed laws, that was false. He even struggled to locate them on the town website. And when he did, they were part of the board packet posted the day before the meeting. How accommodating for the public, Robert. Bravo. Sarah and Bowden spoke very eloquently about the frustrations among other boards and committees, resulting in fewer people volunteering. This speaks volumes about the lack of internal communication and respect. For example, we learned on November 19th that the Community Preservation Fund Advisory Board was not asked to review the changes proposed in Local Law A. The last meeting minutes posted for this committee are from April 2019. Of course, Local A was unanimously adopted despite this breach of protocol. We also learned that the zoning changes proposed in Local Law B and C could not be reviewed by the Zoning Review Committee because that committee is inactive and their last minutes are from 2017.
Jesus.
That's approximately 9 years ago, if you can do math. As a matter of fact, there are 27 boards or committees listed on the town website. Only 8 have any minutes from meetings in 2025. Another 8 are inactive and/or have no minutes posted. And for yet another 8, the last meeting minutes available are from 3 to 7.5 years ago.
Wow.
Transparency.
So much for transparency. And you know something, ladies and gentlemen? Or whatever you identify as. Robert McKeon, Bill Hamill, Jake Testa are corrupt. Now, when things are supposed to be spoken about, and when Mr. McKeon talks about any discussion, I never hear Julia or Christina pipe up about anything. Now, at one point, you became opposed to this whole eminent domain, but you never speak up about anything on this. Why is that? Can you answer that now, or can you not? Is that a yes or a no? Can you say yes or no?
Mr. Rogers, have you concluded your remarks?
I am asking a question. Not to you, I'm asking the ladies.
Can you back up and not get...
I am asking a question, yes or
Get out
no?
of Deanna's personal space.
Deanna, I apologize for being your personal space. And I'm sorry for whatever happened to your arm. I hope you feel well.
Very good.
So can you answer me yes or no? Christina or Julia, can you answer me yes or no?
He can't, he hasn't told us.
I'm not speaking to you, Robert, I'm speaking to Christina and Julia.
Okay.
I'm not speaking to you. Can you answer me yes or no?
This is a public hearing, so...
Yes, I understand what it is.
So we're getting input from you. We're
Robert's
not
the only one
here
allowed
to
to
talk
talk.
back at
They
you.
can't
You're
say
puppets.
nothing.
They only talk
Public
when it's
hearing.
time.
Puppets.
Nice job, Rick.
Robert, would you like to speak and be kind enough?
Robert Singleton, Town of Red Oak, New York. I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss some procedural items that I believe should have been followed in the process of reviewing proposed local laws B and C, but perhaps were not. First, the resolutions setting the public hearings for local laws B and C state that the town clerk is hereby authorized and directed to refer a copy of said proposed local laws to the Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development for a report and recommendation. I know the clerk sent the laws for comment, and I know that the board received comments back. I'm going to read some of the response from Dutchess County. The board is proposing to no longer allow marinas as a permitted use within the town. However, the town of Red Hook's LWRP includes policy statements outlining a town goal of facilitating the siting of water-dependent uses and facilities on or adjacent to coastal waters. Marinas are one of such water-dependent uses identified in the same plan. It is unclear why the board has decided to remove marinas as a permitted use within the town, as it appears to contradict stated policy goals provided in the LWRP. The county further states, "We question the justification provided by the town board that finds the proposed removal of marinas as a permitted use within a town to be consistent with the policy goals provided in the LWRP and other local planning objectives." Where are the town board's written responses to the county? Have they been made? And are they available for public to see? For the people of the town of Red Hook, I'm requesting that the town board provide a written response to the comments provided by Dutchess County, and that these comments be posted for public review. Second, the town of Red Hook Planning Board found 8 inconsistencies with the LWRP, and as just stated, the county pointed out contradictions between the proposed actions and existing LWRP policies. When LWRP inconsistencies are found, Section 68-1211 of the town's code requires that such action shall not be undertaken unless the agency makes a written finding addressing the inconsistencies. Further, the written findings to the inconsistencies must be maintained along with recommendations of the planning board in a file available for public inspection. For the benefit of the people of the town of Red Hook, I'm requesting that the town board provide access to the town board's written findings addressing the inconsistencies cited by the planning board and Dutchess County. Finally, the town code and LWRP are clear that the written findings to the inconsistencies must be completed and available to the public prior to approving funding or undertaking an action. If the written findings were not completed or publicly available, then these public hearings and discussions are premature, are in violation of the town code and the LWRP.
That's interesting.
We are waiting to see the town board's response to the Dutchess County Department Planning and Development's comments, as well as the town board's written response to the findings of the planning board that in essence override again the findings by the planning board. This board has a legal and moral duty to share all information publicly and to sequence its actions properly. Without having provided the written findings and without having made them publicly available, any actions tonight on the proposed local laws are out of order. Thank you.
I beat you this time. I, Karen Kittner, Barrytown, New York, United States of America. I wasn't planning on speaking, but you know me, I couldn't shut up. There keeps being questions, and I have been one of the lucky ones who've gotten an answer every once in a while, but no one gets an answer to questions here, ever. And that last statement, I feel, Robert, you and I had a conversation months and months ago, which I memorialized in a letter to the whole town board, and asking you what the process was. And as it turned out, the way you described the process was completely inaccurate. So it was really hard to follow what was happening. And I do feel like that you keep complicating things with, you know, trying to pass laws, having laws rejected by the court, and then trying to pass them. And I said this the last time, and I just want to say it again. We want a forum. People are, was it Dave who said, can you answer questions? And the answer is no. This is a public comment time. Well, where is the dialogue? Where is the forum? How can we interact with you as human beings? I don't feel like we're being treated as human beings, intelligent human beings who have different opinion. Can we, and let's bring up Sarah and Bowden again, can we move at the pace of trust, I think is how she put it. We are not moving at the pace of trust. You passed local law A when everyone left the meeting last time. We're pretty sure you're going to vote for local law B and C tonight. I don't think you can. There was that meeting where there were pages missing, and the agenda was posted, you know, a day ahead. Not enough time for working people like myself to read through the whole thing and understand what's happening there, especially with 6 pages missing, or 4 pages. And so everything is rolling along so fast. We all have lives. You guys are elected to make our life better. You are making our life worse. you're making a lot of work for us. I don't want any more work, okay? You're making this hard. So can we trust you to set this aside and not vote on anything right now? What is the rush? We don't need to rush any of these laws. There's no deadline. I don't know what the rush is. So I'm saying, since I don't feel like the process is fair or maybe even legal, can you please pause and have a community? I know in Tivoli, they have forums. They invite the public to speak with the board. We don't get that. So I'm asking and I don't get an answer. Thank you.
Al Trezza, 77 West Curly Corners Road, Tivoli, New York, 12583. I'm objecting to the passages of the passage tonight of B and C for the following reasons. First, the board, either through ignorance, poor legal advice, or a willful disregard, has failed to follow your own town laws. And you're not following it still. The board, through its advisory agency, the planning board, asked them to review and report back regarding inconsistencies. They found 8 inconsistencies. Both the LWRP and the town code under section 6812H specifically states that you are not to go any further. It mandates that you are to resolve those 8 inconsistencies. What has the board done? It totally ignored that. I asked the 5 of you last meeting if you had bothered to read the damn law. And you still have it, and you still are violating it. You need to address those 8 inconsistencies. They have to be put in writing, and they have to be open to the general public and your constituents for review for a reasonable period of time so they can digest them. You have not done it, and you have not done it until tonight. You still haven't done it. And you're going to go right ahead and read your package to some degree. You dumped, Robert, 200 pages on us 24 hours in advance. How the hell can anybody reasonably read through this and understand what you're saying? But you still haven't done it. You still haven't answered in writing those 8 inconsistencies and given us an opportunity to be heard. And now that you haven't done it, quite frankly, I think it's going to be the legal death of this action if you pass it tonight. Second, the board has really not done a proper seeker. You didn't do anything, okay, until it was brought to your attention at the last public hearing. All of a sudden, Ted Fink comes up with, a full EAF. But it's a joke. It's full of platitudes. It sloughs off all of the environmental concerns which have been raised to the 5 of you for the last 6 months. And says, there's no problem. We're going to declare a negative declaration. Well, it's a joke. Third, the board, and I guess it's B, local law B, has changed the uses, has proposed 2 changes to the uses permitted under our zoning law. The first one is to establish parks in every district without site plan approval. Now, very frankly, that flies in the face of both zoning and planning. Every proposed reasonable or more important use requires site plan approval.
Yes.
And the reason that you don't want to do it, because you know very well that if you take this property, and Robert has said it, We're not gonna change anything. We don't need to do a site plan. We don't need to do an environmental study. Your first law, you just said, you didn't even bother to do a full EAF. You just said, it's a negative declaration. And the court struck it down. And I'm telling you right now, the environmental review that you have presently in front of you, I think is defective, and it's not going to satisfy Judge Rosa. Because obviously, if you pass this, you're buying a lawsuit, more legal fees. And this is going to go again in front of Judge Rosa. Because she has it now, and the court will assign it to her.
Thank you, Al.
Now,
I yield my time.
I'm not finished.
No yielding time, folks.
I don't care about time. This is a public hearing. We have a right. Everyone has a right. If everybody in this room would stand up now and address it, you have to do it.
Keep going, Al.
So, here's the story. The other thing is, you've eliminated marinas. That's the other use you changed. It does not make any sense to eliminate marinas in a waterfront district. Where are you going with this? Your own EAF that you provided tonight or yesterday at the last minute states that water usage is very important. Boating and fishing are very important. What a better access to the public to water usage, fishing, and every other water sport is a marina. What you're doing here doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Unless you start looking at whether or not the fact that a marina might be put on the water, the Red Hook Boat Club property, might increase its value and cost you more money.
Thank you, Albert.
Okay?
Now,
stop. Should the board persist? Now look, I'm asking you to stop this proceeding now, follow your town laws, do the proper study on the inconsistencies, and then hold your public hearings. Right now, if you persist, you're buying a lawsuit.
Thank you, Al.
Okay? There's no question about that. And more legal fees. And more importantly, I'd like to point out to each of you individually that you are presently being sued in federal court for punitive damages. And punitive damages are based upon willful and malicious acts. Okay? And their willful disregard of the town law is only going to further benefit the boat club's case. So maybe you ought to pass it and help us along. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Keep it open, keep it open.
Is there a second to close the public hearing? And we can get on with the discussion of the environmental reviews and address many of the issues. I would encourage you, please don't interrupt, I would encourage you to either watch the meeting or just stay till the end, because many of the questions you raised were answered at the last meeting.
You said they weren't going to be talked about. You lied about it.
Is there a second to close the public hearing?
And then you did.
Closing the hearing.
That's why I went home. You said you weren't going to talk
You
about it.
said you weren't going to talk about it, and then you did.
The last meeting, you discussed without closing. Transparency.
You waited for people to leave, and then you did it.
Folks, we need to get on with our agenda.
Good, we were on.
Is there a second to close the public hearing? Oh, I'll make the motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second to close the public hearing?
Keep it open.
Keep it open. Keep it open. Keep it open.
Julia, Christine. Do the right thing, Julia, Christine.
Okay, we'll go through the agenda and then we'll see on the environmental review, see how we get through. Let's jump to first item on the agenda is for the laws. Services Agreement for 2026. What's the next resolution number we have?
93.
There we go. Police Services Agreement. What's different about this agreement is a significant bump up. We've talked about increased funding for the police in order to maintain the staffing levels.
Is that for a park?
This is, sorry, 96, do you know? 93. It's 1 year, these are the hourly wages, for overtime for court services. Any questions, town board members? Resolution number 93. Who would like to move it? Thank you, Bill. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jacob. Any questions? If not, further discussion, all in favor? Aye, thank you very much. Tivoli Fire contract. So if you recall, we were asked to help contribute towards
Since the public comment period
Sorry.
isn't over
Karen,
yet.
can you please not interrupt?
Well, the
Please
public
not.
comment period isn't over yet.
I know, we have not closed the public hearing.
Right, and so I'm
We're
so I'm
moving on to the
speaking.
agenda items.
No, you
Karen.
can't move on to the agenda items unless you close the public comment period. And since we haven't closed the public comment period, moving on with the agenda is rude to the public. Okay, and so if there is, just as there was last time, late in the game, after you bored everyone to death with things that they're not here and worried about,
We can move
if
it,
you
we
can-
can move it up. We can
if
move
you
it up.
can just move that up.
We need to get these contracts signed. We can move it
But
up on
can
the
you
agenda.
put the contracts at the end after everyone else? Because we have other jobs.
I
This is
understand.
your
Be
job.
very quick.
Full time, first time ever.
Thank you.
You're gonna be quick with this?
With this, we'll be quick with this, okay?
How
And
quick
we'll
is
get to you
quick,
soon.
Robert?
Carrie.
No, really, seriously, you tried the last
We
one
need
on.
2 minutes to do this.
2 minutes.
This is important
Got
to the
it.
Tivoli Fire Company that we
Okay.
use,
Is that
okay?
a surfboard or
We
wrestling
are
boat?
just calling for, excuse me, please don't interrupt. We are calling for a public hearing to amend the Tivoli Fire contract. If you recall, the Tivoli Fire Company has asked for additional funding. They need to do an expansion, or they are hoping to do an expansion of the firehouse. We have discussed and agreed to double our contribution and do it in the form of increasing the capital line so we can pay down the debt service associated with borrowing. And so we need to amend our contract. It's a 2-year contract. This is to amend the 2026 portion of it to allow for that increased capital funding. This is, so the capital line will go from $16,000 up to $60,000 in 2026. And so we are calling for a public hearing as required by law. The next opportunity, sorry. The next opportunity, sorry Marshall, the next opportunity will be January 13th. It'll be the first meeting in January. So I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and set the public hearing for January 13th at 7:40. That's in the draft notice.
Second.
Okay. Are we good with that time? Okay. This is resolution number 94, establishing a date for a public hearing regarding the approval by the town board of the town of Red Hook of an amendment to the Fire Protection District Fire Service Agreement. And just for the folks at home, we have already passed a budget which reflects this increased support to the Tivoli Fire Company. But this codifies it so it helps them obtain the additional funding from USDA that they need.
Hopefully to help out Red Hook.
I'd like to move Resolution 94, and as a reminder, the town board took over all of the LoSAP expenses associated with the fire companies in 2025.
I'll second that.
Okay, Bill, second. All right. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we can get to the other things, agenda item 3, 4, 5. Number 6 is really for you to review, the town board members. As I mentioned, we won't be taking that up until January. So let's jump in the environmental review related to local laws B and C. Ted, I'm going to move you to closer to the microphone. Can we hear you?
Okay, I'm here.
All right. Let's try to be as loud as possible.
Can you state your name so we know who it is?
This is Ted Fink from Green Plan, our planner.
Thank you. Oh, meter's running.
Okay. Ted, we, last we left, we were reviewing the comments from the planning board. Again, this is a resubmission of a law that was passed in 2024 with only one minor change to the text. We're doing so at the direction of the court. And so let's go to that page, shall we? The planning board's comments. We're almost finished with that. Jacob, you're good at finding the pages.
Further down.
Right before that.
It's like 170, maybe. Sorry. Like in that area.
I think it's right before this.
Thank you. Okay, we were at the point, Ted, where we were discussing some of the recommendations from the planning board. There were a couple of recommendations as it relates to docks and boat ramps and to allow them in other districts. I think when we left it, we were discussing whether or not to entertain something like that. And again, you know, to remind the folks at home, this is a resubmission of a law that was presented in 2024. We are trying to comply with a court decision, and so to make changes or make additional changes to this law would further complicate matters. There are a couple of recommendations, by the way, that I think are certainly worthy of exploration, recommendations from the planning board. as to docks, obviously there would need to be some language that would distinguish between a large boat dock, for example, and a small dock that one would want to have on a pond. Again, I don't think that we want to make any changes to the law because the court said review it again and
We're not talking
review
into
it,
the mic.
review it again and do so and incorporate a subsequent action that you took. So if we were to review something that is modified beyond the one recommendation, which was to change that definition, then I think that we would make things more problematic for ourselves. So I do think that this recommendation, however, should be further explored. I think Julia spoke about how even though we are undergoing an update to the comprehensive plan, that will take some time and there will be ensuing most likely significant zoning changes after that is adopted. It doesn't mean that we can't, in the meantime, make some zoning changes of this nature. All right. The last part of the recommendation on this page deals again with the elimination of site plan review for the establishment of new parks. We addressed that at the last meeting, and I want to repeat it because it's an important issue. Public parks have always been allowed in all districts. The reason we are removing the site plan review for the explanation, which was rather lengthy last time, is because only the town board negotiates with landowners. So whether it's Rec Park West or Cookingham Farm, these projects that we did, we would not be able to acquire these properties and protect these properties if we had to go through a lengthy site plan process with the planning board. Remember, zoning is designed for applicants other than the town government, and so we are not in a position to go through that lengthy process and to secure on your behalf public spaces or protection of farmland. Please, folks, you've asked us to go through this. Please, you've asked us to.
No, but we want answers to
need
questions.
a zoning
We
board.
are going to go
Can
through
you answer
all
the
of the
questions as they
environmental
come up?
review
Because
and
it's
the
too
plan.
confusing to wait until the very end
We are,
when you've
Carrie,
thrown so much stuff at us. Can't you answer the question when it comes up? That's a conversation.
Carrie, I'm sorry, but we are going to
You're
go
not
through the
sorry.
review. We will
You
try
are
to
sorry.
address.
You
I
are
believe
sorry,
all
all
our
right.
documents address the questions that have been raised. So let's get through those documents. Hopefully they will answer all the questions that you've raised. Okay.
Hopefully.
Ted, can we jump to part 2 on the EAF?
You passed part 2, we only went right to 3. You went to 3, discarded, totally discarded 1 and 2.
Please, I'm going to ask you not to interrupt so we can conduct our...
I'm not interrupting, I'm clarifying for you.
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He doesn't follow any.
Ted, can you start the review of part 2, please?
Yes.
Okay.
I have the correct one open.
And Ted, if you could speak as loud as possible, please don't try to get the mic as close as you can. Okay.
Okay, the Part 2 EAF is an identification of the potential impacts of the EAF, which is the adoption of local laws B and C of 2025. And there are a number of questions that are asked in a variety of different topical areas, a total of 18 different top-level questions that are asked, such as impact on land, impact on geology, impact on surface water, groundwater, flooding, air, plants and animals, agricultural resources, aesthetic resources, historic and open space and recreation, impact on critical areas, impact on transportation, energy, noise, odor, and light, human health, consistency with community plans, and consistency with community character. And the question form begins with a high-level question: will the proposed action, for example, have an impact on land? And that's a yes or no answer. And it can be determined whether or not it will through selection of a variety of different threshold statements that would result in either a assessment that the proposed action, which is a local law, will either have a no or small impact, or a moderate to large impact may occur. And so on the basis of a draft environmental assessment form that was prepared for local laws B and C, of all of the 18 questions, there was only one question of the 18 that was answered, yes, there is the potential for an impact. In all the other cases, none of the threshold statements or threshold questions that are asked rose to the level of creating either a no or small impact or a moderate to large impact, except for the potential for an impact on historic and archaeological resources. And the reason for that is because of the way that this particular question is worded. And that is, the proposed action may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource. Red Hook is the home of many historic sites, historic districts, and that includes the Hudson River National Historic Landmark District. And so the answer to that question on almost any town-wide action that's being considered is almost always going to be answered yes. But then the question goes down to a much more detailed examination of what this potential for an impact is. And the first question is, the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to any buildings, archaeological site, or district which is listed on the National Register or State Register of Historical Places, or that has been determined by the Commissioner of the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation to be eligible for listing on the State Register of Historic Places. The answer to that question is no or small impact may occur. And that is because the townwide, any changes that are made to the zoning law would apply townwide for the most part. And so that is going to be a positive answer, that it will have either a no or a small impact may occur. A moderate to large impact may occur would be a different matter. But this is a legislative action that will change the text within the town zoning law. And that action does take place within an area where there are historic sites and historic districts. There are two other questions that are also, or statements, that also apply in this case. The second one is that the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites on the New York State Historic Preservation Office Archaeological Site Inventory. And in this case, because the town has a very large historic landmark district, that the action will occur wholly or partially within an area that has been designated for archaeological sites. The Cultural Resource Information System that the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation operates is available for viewing, and there are online maps that show the areas where all the historic districts are. They show where the archaeological studies have been carried out in New York State. And so that action, the action also results in a no or small impact may occur. The third question is whether the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an archaeological site not included on the New York State SHPO inventory. In this case, it's unknown whether or not there are archaeological sites throughout the town. There is the suspicion that there are probably many archaeological sites that exist in Red Hook. So in this case, that would be a no or small impact may occur because the zoning action is not specific to any one particular property, but to all properties in general in the town of Red Hook. So from the standpoint of the Part 2 environmental assessment form, that was the only environmental topic that did have an answer of yes, that the proposed action may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource. In all of the other cases, none of the other thresholds have been reached on the form, and there are over 100 questions that pertain to these different 18 topical environmental impact areas.
Okay. Are there any questions that board members on the Part 2? Okay. Ted, let's dive into what do you want to tackle next? The LWRP stuff?
Well,
Or do you want to?
as we're on speaker already, we've gone through the Part 2 EAF, and the Part 3 EAF specifically is focused on the answers that are provided in Part 2 EAF.
Okay. Well, let's dive in there. Yeah.
Okay. Where would you like me to begin?
Well, wherever you'd like to begin, Ted, we need to get through it all.
Okay, so the Part 3 EAF, it's a narrative discussion that works off of the Part 2 EAF. And in this case, it begins in general with providing a fairly detailed description of the proposed action. In this case, there are 3 proposed actions that are considered within the environmental assessment form, and they're all related. They're separate actions, but they are related, and so they are in fact being conducted simultaneously. The first one is the adoption of local law B. This amends the zoning law to regulate the time, place, and manner of adult use retail cannabis dispensaries. It provides amendments for accessory short-term rental uses, changes the use requirements for public parks and trail systems, which would become a permitted use in all zoning districts rather than subject to site plan approval. And in the case of such uses in the Waterfront Conservation District, additionally, a special use permit. It changes the definition of wetlands based on New York State's updated freshwater wetlands program, which began on January 1st of this year. Modifies the provisions governing residential development in the agricultural business zoning district. Eliminates the potential for a non-conforming use to be changed to another non-conforming use. And clarifies the design standards for the TNDCC zoning district to encourage new retail uses in the town. So that's a description of local law number B.
Right, and there are no differences between what is in B that was in local law 1, which was passed after many months of public input and public hearings and adopted in February, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Local law number C of 2025 There are changes in this as a result of the court's decision this past August. And adoption of local law number C amends the zoning law to remove marinas as a special permit use in the town in accordance with a comprehensive plan policy to limit new commercial uses to the two villages and the hamlet of Upper Red Hook, and to limit waterfront uses on the Hudson River to those that are, quote, restricted to passive and water-dependent recreation to land-extensive open space, which provide little disturbance to the natural environment, end quote. And that's taken directly from the comprehensive plan on page 17. So local law number C also amends the definition of a club. So it eliminates a phrase that the court found to be problematic. And the phrase the court wanted stricken from the definition of a boat club, which was the original definition that was in local law number 1 of 2025, was, quote, with bona fide dues paying members. That was a specific phrase that the court said was impermissible. But the problem was Red Hook zoning law also has a definition for club, not boat club, but simply club, which also had the same phrase in it. So what local law number C of 2025 does is to redefine club so that it eliminated the existing phrase with bona fide dues paying members, and then to introduce a new definition for club, for boat club, pardon me, that simply refers to club. And this is consistent with the membership club definition that's found within the town zoning law currently, which also refers to the definition of club. And there are two other clubs that are permitted within the town, hunting clubs and fishing clubs, and neither of those are currently defined in the zoning law. So the next one has to do with boat ramp, dock, and marina definitions, along with special permit conditions for new boat clubs, docks, and boat ramps. So they're consistent with state-of-the-art stormwater management and related water quality improvement standards in use by New York State and the federal government. So that is the summary of the adoption of local law C of 2025.
Okay, so therein lies that one change, which is the definition language, which the court had a problem with, and it seems rightly so. And so we're trying to comply with the direction of the court by eliminating that language. We talk about marina. We've added definitions, in our efforts to try to make that property legally conforming as opposed to a grandfather status. We added definitions, and then that unfortunately ended up being part of the problem. But we did add definitions for marina, and I think importantly, for the public to understand why we're eliminating marinas is because of the environmental risk of what we call definitionally a marina, which is that which has things like fuel pumping stations associated with it. The activities of recreational use of boats along the Hudson River is and should be encouraged, as many people have stated, and which is included in our review here. But when you heard us discuss in 2024 about the risks associated with some of the oil tankers that were anchoring along the Hudson River, that we wanted to take steps to try to be more protective of the Hudson. And so hence we have the definition of marina, and I would like to add, you're gonna get to the decision in number 3, so I'll let you start with that, and we can cover some more details there.
Okay, so the third part of the full EAF, Part 3 narrative, relates to the specific decision of the court from back in August. And this was the Red Hook Boat Club, Inc. versus the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook. So the seeker, at the time that it was completed for the eminent domain proceeding, the court found that separating or segmenting that seeker review process from the adoption of local law number 1 of 2025 constituted impermissible segmentation under the seeker regulations. And so what this EAF does, Part 3AF in particular, because it explains the rationale for including this, means that the prior seeker review process of the acquisition of the boat club site becomes fully incorporated within the seeker review process for the reconstituted local law number 1 of 2025, which is now local law B and local law C of 2025. So this seeker document includes not just an assessment of the legislative decision as to whether or not to adopt local law B and local law C, but also includes all of the seeker analysis that was done for the acquisition of the boat club site. And so that's where we're at now with a seeker document that is addressing 3 separate actions: local law B, local law C, and the acquisition of the boat club site.
And we have also included some changes that have occurred since then. The occupancy of the early college, to take a look at the traffic impacts associated with the early college now that it's in residence.
Right, yes.
And so we have some information related to that. I do want to say, because you do reference in the draft there, the decision by Judge Rosa, and I will just, for the public's benefit, Judge Rosa did in fact rule on the removal of marinas. You're going to hear more about the comments from county planning, but the judge has already ruled that the removal of marinas as an allowable use is consistent with the town's adopted LWRP. Okay, let's continue with the narrative, Ted, and maybe just highlight, I know you can't read it word for word, but let's highlight some of the important issues and try to answer the questions that have been posed to us over the last couple of meetings.
Yes, well, I think the probably the most important part of this entire seeker environmental assessment form is that it now addresses all of the potential environmental impacts of the acquisition action together with the zoning law changes. And so it becomes a much longer document because the seeker that was originally done for the acquisition action relied upon not only the analysis that was in the Part 3 environmental assessment form, but also the analysis that was carried on for the town's responsibility to undertake the consistency assessment based upon the local waterfront revitalization program document. And so the record of what has been assessed has been growing as the project has been proceeding. And so the EAF, as you mentioned earlier, includes all of the documentation that was adopted by the town board on July 15th of this year. And the primary change has to do with the traffic impacts. One of the areas that that was addressed was the potential impacts on traffic as a result of the acquisition of the boat club property. And there was an analysis that was carried out, but there was one area that was identified in those earlier secret documents that we did not have information on. We only knew at that time that Bard College was going to move the Simon's Rock campus from Massachusetts to the Messina campus, which is the old Unification Theological Seminary, which Bard purchased for the purpose of relocating Simon's Rock College. And so what we were able to do is we were able to do additional traffic analysis by through the town's engineer, Ty and Bond. They contracted with a national traffic agency that was able to get County Department of Public Works approval to put traffic counters on Berrytown Road so that we could actually get a good handle on the amount of traffic that was currently traveling on Berrytown Road. The old analysis, the original analysis, I should say, relied upon the New York State Traffic Data Viewer, which is an online platform that DOT operates, where they post all of the traffic counts for highways throughout New York State. And it's possible to go there and to be able to identify an individual road like Berrytown Road or River Road or any other road in Red Hook that has been studied in the past. And they actually post what's called the average annual daily traffic levels on each of those roads. And in the case of Berrytown roads, the most recent data that we had was from 2021, 2022, and 2023. And so Berrytown Road, west of River Road, in 2023, there was an average annual daily traffic of 347 trips. In 2022, it was slightly more at 442 trips, and it was coincidentally the same number in 2021. Berrytown Road east of River Road, that's that short segment between River Road and Route 9G, the traffic counts were considerably higher. In 2023, there were 791 on Berrytown Road east of River Road, 503 in 2022, and 559 in 2021. River Road carries considerably more traffic, and that was also included in the environmental assessment. So what we were able to do is there were traffic counters that were placed on Berrytown Road west of River Road, and there was an average vehicles per day. It was over a 3-day period, early December. There were 666 vehicles counted on Berrytown Road west of River Road. And that is most likely from the increase in activity now that Simon's Rock College is occupying the Messina campus. They opened for operations in September of this year. And so that likely explains an almost doubling of traffic on Berrytown Road. So that's the existing situation on Berrytown Road based upon 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2025 traffic counts. These are actual counts of the number of vehicles that went by a counter placed on Berrytown Road west of River Road. So the original EAF that was adopted in July 15 took a look at 2 different ways to try and identify what would be the traffic that could potentially be generated by the boat club site if it were operated as a town park and dock. And so the first place to look for this, which is the source that virtually all transportation engineers across the country use, is it's known as the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. And so there is a variety of hundreds, actually, of different land uses for which the Institute of Transportation Engineers have been able to survey around the nation, and they've come up with these trip generation factors. And so you can look at a single-family house, and you can expect that anywhere a single-family house exists, you can expect somewhere in the vicinity of 10 trips per day. It also includes trip generation factors for AM peak hour, PM peak hours, Saturday peak hours, Sunday peak hours, and so forth. So it's a quite exhaustive manual that inventories a variety of different land uses around the nation. So the closest sort of land use that the trip generation manual has for a park is what they call a beach park, and this is land use 415. And there is a PM peak hour trip that's based upon the size of the park in acres as the unit of measurement. And the trip generation is 1.3 trips per hour per acre of parkland. So this equates to a potential 3.081 new trips per PM peak hour. And so in looking at that, that's not exactly a significant amount of traffic. And so, and that's probably because most of the beach parks that have been surveyed by the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, are probably much bigger than this, and they use that acreage as their measurement. So what we did was we took a further look at this and tried to identify what would be the maximum capacity of visitors to a future town park and dock. And so essentially the number of people that would be visiting the park, other than people that would be able to walk there because they live close to the park in Barrytown, would be people that would be driving to the site. And that's the way most of the boat club members access the site today. And so we looked at the testimony that was offered by boat club members as to the number of vehicles that could park with trailers. And the testimony that was made on May 16th stated that there was sufficient parking for 6 to 8 vehicles with trailers. So what we did was we looked at aerial photography of the site available through the Dutchess County Parcel Access mapping, and identified areas on the site that cars actually park. And so this avoided the areas of the park without encroaching on any of the on-site buildings or parking in areas where there are picnic areas and so forth. And so we used a factor of 400 square feet per parking space. We did measurements from the parcel access mapping, and were able to calculate that approximately 12 to 14 additional cars may be able to park on the site without encroaching on any areas that would not be suitable for parking, such as the drives, the area that leads down to the boat ramp that needs to be left open for vehicles with trailers to be able to come and go. And so we estimated somewhere around 20 vehicles being the maximum number of vehicles that could actually arrive and use the site at any one time. Now we can talk about parking and how the town would manage parking and so forth, and that's all in the environmental assessment form. But for purposes of trying to figure out how many additional vehicles are going to be traveling on Berrytown Road so that we could include a factor that added to the existing traffic that we know now exists on Berrytown Road. We made some assumptions about the number of users that would come to use the park. And so one assumption is that if someone is arriving with a vehicle, with a trailer boat, that they're probably going to be coming in to the park and parking for the day. So they'd arrive and then stay at the park for the day. For other users, we made a reasonable assumption that there would be a turnover every 3 hours. We knew that the town board had already made an assessment about what would be the hours of operation for the future park, which was open from 7 a.m. until closing at 7 p.m., so that's a 12-hour day. So the estimate was that the number of vehicle trips that could reasonably be expected to use Berrytown Road to access the future park would involve approximately 80 new trips. Now that doesn't include the number of trips that are currently attributed to the boat club, because no actual sort of counting was done that would distinguish boat club traffic from the residential traffic on Berrytown and Station Hill Road and all of the other roads that are accessed from Berrytown Road. And so we looked at that and identified the future estimated number of vehicles per day with the park would be along the order of 746 vehicle trips on Berrytown Road west of River Road. And that includes the local traffic. There's 30-some residences. There's the Edgewater Estate, so there's traffic from that. And of course the boat club. So that actually we're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of that 746 vehicle trips per day, and over a 12-hour period that amounts to somewhere along the line of about 7 additional vehicle trips per hour as a result of
That's not substantial.
In December, not June or July.
Right.
You live on Berrytown Road?
And
You don't want...
excuse me, folks, please, so that our planner can be heard.
Yeah, you should have done a plan in June and July, not in
7.
December, but
All right. So,
not too much voting goes on in December.
Ted, can we talk about what the road is rated for?
Brilliant.
Well,
Bravo.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. A 2-lane road such as this generally can accommodate somewhere in the vicinity of 2,700 vehicles per hour.
Where does that come from? Ted, by the way, where do you pull that data from? What NTSB, what authority?
How did you steer him, Robert? How much steering did you give him? Tell me this.
We should try that up on Crestwood.
There you go.
Please don't interrupt.
Yeah, he do a lot more than that.
Can we look at some of that historical data to see how that, the AADT...
What about when the Unification Church had 4,000 residents there? Did he do a study then, in December? 4,000 residents.
How much did you steer him, Robert? Tell me this.
Ted,
This is what I
I
need
could
to
ask
hear.
you to look back historically and see how many
Got the right last name.
daily trips, car trips there were on the road. Can we go back to those previous years? Yeah, You've got car trips at 700.
This is without the unification church being active and without the
Yes.
college being active. 21, 22, and 23. These are great numbers.
Yeah. Obsolete.
Let it go, come out and sort.
Crazy.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Can you pull up some of those numbers?
I just can't.
Yes, there are additional
Yeah.
traffic counts that are available from Dutchess County. They also have a traffic data viewer very similar to the DOT's, but it's specific to Dutchess County roadways only. And I believe that's part of the town board's packet. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just to review the historic data from both the county and the state, see how it compares. The question has been raised that the study was conducted recently to reflect the additional, or what may have been additional, traffic at Messina, but it is December, and so the boat club traffic obviously is going to be at a very low level. You have made assumptions, however, of max capacity for the property if it's a public park, which would generate an additional 80 car trips. So we want to understand this in context. Can you give us any car trip levels from the past that are illustrative of what type of activity has been in the past?
What needs to be understood about all of this is that these are averages. Number one, the numbers that are provided, it's average annual daily traffic. So these are averages that are derived from counts that are done throughout the year. And so they will not necessarily give you a specific snapshot of any one day, whether it's a July day or a December day.
Okay.
Or a weekend? Yeah, weekend. When no one's using it in a week? During
Please
weekends?
don't interrupt. Okay.
Cracker Jack.
And the higher levels that we saw in the DOT, can you just give us some of those stats, please?
Well, yes, the DOT, those numbers were,
On December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
let's see.
So
Well,
here.
those were the ones that I had stated as 21, 22, and 23. Those were in the range of 347, 442, and 442 for those 3 years. That was not when either UTS was fully operational, and it was also prior to Bard taking over the Messina campus. So without that sort of a generator operating at full capacity, UTS at full capacity had 300 students. We don't necessarily know exactly what the counts were at the time when they were, at that capacity. It's been quite a number of years since the former seminary was in use like that, and we do have counts, and I'll have to go and open those up. I believe they're in the town board's package.
We do, yeah. We have counts from the shuttles. We have numbers from the college that there are 70 students thereabouts in residence, and another 30 that are art studio students who come over to the property as well. There's approximately 40 employees. All of the traffic associated with that is now, they are in operation, so we are at least capturing all of that. If we're not capturing a busier time during when the boat club is more active, but I guess one could make perhaps the assumption that during that summertime, then the school property may be less active, right?
Correct. The
Okay.
EAF did acknowledge that.
Okay.
Yeah, but we don't do studies there.
Okay. All right, I think that sort of covers, we've got a lot of traffic data from way back in 1999. I think it goes all the way back on the county website. It's available for everybody to see.
What are the
Traffic
changes in
for
peak usage?
Each road.
Not averages, peak usage. What's the change in peak usage?
No, we don't have that. It's just an assumption.
Okay, Ted, where do we go next?
Well, that's, other than the traffic analysis, the EAF has been incorporated now from the acquisition action into the proposed zoning action. And so that now forms one seeker review process for 3 separate actions. And so there really has been no other significant change to the documents that were adopted on July 15th of this year.
Okay.
And Ted, can I ask a question? This is Julia. I understand that because of the ruling why we need to address all 3 actions in the same seeker, but local laws B and C, we spent a lot of time talking about traffic impacts just now, but there is no immediate traffic impact expected from local law B or local law C, right?
Right.
That's just included as a response to the court.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay, somebody had mentioned about peak usage. These charts show the hourly times where the traffic counts are, what they are throughout the day. That's for anyone's review on the county's website. All right, can we, Ted, can we look at those LWRP responses from the planning board, please?
Yes, okay.
Okay, and I will try to get there. Is it easier that we talk about our LWRP findings because they incorporate them, or should we have both documents side by side? What's easiest for you?
Well, I think it would be helpful to have the planning board's comments,
Okay.
the water advisory committee's comments. And they have 2 sets of comments. They have those that they made originally, it's 25, and then those that they have, that they made just last month, November.
Okay, and we'll try to get that on the screen. Do you want to get started with the set?
Yes, the first set has to do with policy 1A and the latest comments of the planning board. The town continues to provide no plan for enhancing district facilities, access, or public education related to waterfront resources. Merely transferring ownership from a functioning private boat club to town management of a public park without any demonstrated preservation or enhancement measures fails to meet the intent of this policy. And the policy is to encourage growth of tourism through preservation, enhancement, and/or appropriate reuse of waterfront areas and structures, plus public education about historic, scenic, and recreational resources.
Okay, and our response?
And that's, yeah. And that actually, that is, let's see. It is a local waterfront policy that's unique to Red Hook. It's policy 1A, and it actually states encourage growth of the tourism sector of the town economy through 1, preservation, enhancement, and/or reuse of appropriate areas and structures within the LWRP area, historic shoreline scenic district, and 2, taking steps to inform the public of existing areas of historic, scenic, and recreational interest.
Okay. And opening up to the public will increase the exposure to the river, yeah.
Correct.
Next.
Okay, the next one is Policy 5. Policy 5, Policy 5 states, encourage the location of development in areas where public services and facilities essential to such development are adequate, except when such development has special functional requirements or other characteristics which necessitate its location in other coastal areas.
Okay.
Planning Board's comment on this, scrolling to it. Policy 5, their comment is the town has no plans to encourage development in the area. Also, the town has not demonstrated that infrastructure is adequate to support increased public access. No new documentation was submitted to address prior concerns about road safety, bridge capacity, or utility infrastructure.
Okay, and our written findings, our response to that is?
Well, there's a number of them. First, it's the site of the boat club is already developed. The position, as I understand it, of the town board is that the town board has no plans to make changes to accommodate public use other than routine maintenance.
Yeah, no plans. Someone with a wheelchair, I guess.
Facilities that are deemed to be not up to code upon inspection by the town's engineering professionals or are required to protect the public health and safety of visitors and staff at the site.
I don't get it.
No, big cliffs down there that's not fenced off.
In terms of roadway safety and bridge capacity,
Tell the changes will have to be
the
made.
EAF and the coastal assessment form both examined the New York State Department of Transportation's reports on the capacity of the bridge, and it has been deemed to be free of any issues with capacity. They have made a determination, and if you'd like me, I can get to that exact point, but I'm operating quite a number of different documents here, and I have to get to my spot in, a couple hundred pages. But
Imagine where we are.
We did look specifically at the DOT and their reports, and they do regular inspections of the Berrytown Bridge, and they deemed it to be functioning properly.
They don't own it.
And that's a public document that's available online on
DOT
the New York
doesn't
State
own that
Department of
bridge, so-
Transportation's website.
Okay.
CSX
Thank
owns
you,
that bridge.
Ted. Let's go to the next item.
Okay, and that's Policy 9.
Covenant Bridge.
And Policy 9 states, expand recreational use of fish and wildlife resources in coastal areas by increasing access to existing resources, supplementing existing stocks, and developing new resources. Such efforts shall be made in a manner which ensures the protection of renewable fish and wildlife resources and considers other activities dependent upon them. So that's the policy. Okay, the planning board, in regard to this, states that the town has not conducted the fish and wildlife consultation or habitat analysis required under this policy. The potential change in intensity of use from private to public access remains unevaluated and could result in overuse or other resource impacts.
Okay, and our response is essentially that we are not going to expand the facility, we are going to use the facility
as is.
And we're not going to make any
with the
changes.
existing parking capabilities. The intensity of the property could be the same, less or more. If we restrict the use to what the site can accommodate, that will be consistent to what the site can currently accommodate.
Yeah, how's that encouraging tourism?
In
How do you control what other people are doing?
Ted, you want to add to that in our response?
Yes, the EAF and the Coastal Assessment Forum both recognize that there are significant fish and wildlife habitats that are found in the area of the boat club site. There was mapping that was included within the Environmental Assessment Form and Coastal Assessment Form that showed exactly where those significant habitats are located, none of which are adjoining the boat club site. The nearest significant fish and wildlife habitats are in the Tivoli Bays, which is nearby, but the boat club site does not adjoin any significant fish and wildlife habitats.
Yeah, no eagles. No eagles go to the boat club.
Okay, next
gotta pay a toll, so
item is
Policy 19.
19, yeah.
Policy 19 states, protect, maintain, and increase the level and types of access to public water-related recreation resources and facilities so that these resources and facilities may be fully utilized in accordance with reasonably anticipated public recreation needs and the protection of historic and natural resources. In providing such access, priority shall be given to public beaches, boating facilities, fishing areas, and waterfront parks. Okay, and then the planning board's comments on policy 19. These are the new comments. The town has provided no analysis of anticipated use, ADA accessibility, or public safety considerations, leaving unresolved the same concerns identified in June 2025. The town's assertion that no work is necessary remains unsupported by engineering or safety data.
Let's hear this.
Okay. Did the planning board provide any engineering or safety data in their response?
That's all that was provided, that one statement.
Okay.
It's not their
The two
job.
sentences.
So they didn't provide any data, okay.
not their
And
job. It's
our
your
response?
Well, I think the response is similar in terms of ADA accessibility, that the town board has already indicated that it would address code compliance and would undertake any changes that were necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare of visitors or staff at the site.
But you're not gonna change anything. Now you gotta change it.
Now you gotta change your secret.
You talking out of both sides of your
Yeah, you
face.
said no changes.
Yeah, the tongue like a
Okay,
snake.
So we are going to exercise those controls as indicated in the LWRP documents.
This is
And
out of
the
order.
analysis of anticipated use was found within the traffic assessment, which included some reasonable assumptions about overall use of the site, restrictions on use of the site that would include limiting the number of vehicles that could park, closing the parking lot when the capacity had been reached. To install webcams, and to use parking apps for people's phones. So
That helps support people.
It has a space available that they could use if they come down rather than to go down to Erie County time that they are not able to enter the site.
Yeah, so we can sell it.
And, you know, in view of the other boat launch sites, there was some testimony that the other boat launch sites don't possess the same types of amenities, i.e. picnic tables. But they do, you know, Rhine Cliff, Cheviot, Ernest Lasher, all of these boat launch facilities.
They're boat launches, not parks.
Up and down, they are open to the public, and none of them seem to demonstrate excess usage. They seem anecdotally, just visiting them, and from what I hear from folks who live in the communities that have these boat launches, they are rarely crowded to the point where...
So then you don't need ours. Then why do you need ours?
Have you ever tried to put in in
Think
Germantown,
about it.
Robert?
Why do you need ours if they're rarely
Germantown
used?
some Saturday.
Number,
Try to put in your boat.
Ted, may we get to the next
It's for your
one?
developer friends.
Policy
It's for your developer
21.
friends, we know.
Yeah.
Policy 21, yes. Policy 21 states, water dependent and water enhanced recreation will be encouraged and facilitated and will be given priority over non-water related uses along the coast, provided it is consistent with the preservation and enhancement of other coastal resources and takes into account demand for such facilities. In facilitating such activities, priority shall be given where access to the recreation opportunities of the coast can be provided by new or existing public transportation services, and to those areas where the use of the shore is severely restricted by existing development.
And there are comments associated with that?
Comment is, let's see, to say public acquisition duplicates the existing private recreational boating functions rather than expanding or diversifying access, contrary to the policy's directive to avoid competition with existing facilities.
Whoa, what was that?
Okay, and our response or
Competition is
findings?
us, right?
It provides a public recreational boating facility as a replacement for a private recreational boating facility that would be publicly operated, not privately operated.
Where's the state that?
And then it would expand access
What's it cost to operate?
to the public.
It
Yeah.
doesn't state whether it's public or private in the LWRP. It says competition.
21A, Ted?
Still got a CSX problem, he just doesn't.
The planning board, let's see, they did not comment on 21A.
23.
They skipped from 21 to 23.
Okay.
And the policy statement for policy 23 states, protect, enhance, and restore structures, districts, areas, or sites that are of significance in the history, architecture, archaeology, or culture of the state, its communities, or the nation. And the planning board's comment on that one is that the town has not evaluated or proposed any plan to protect the Red Hook Boat Club's historical or cultural significance as a long-standing community institution.
There's some good points.
Okay, and the response, the findings?
This was one addition to the environmental assessment form, which is how do you go about assessing the cultural significance or historic significance of a particular resource in the coastal zone. And the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation has a seeker workbook that has a recommended analysis that New York State has posted for anyone that's filling out a environmental assessment form, whether it's a full EAF or a short EAF. And so the discussion is now been incorporated into the revised environmental assessment form, and it goes through how you go about providing this sort of analysis. And one of the first questions to ask is, what is the reason why something has been determined to be eligible for listing on the National Register? Is it history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, or some other cultural aspect? And so, will there be an impact if there are no buildings, archaeological sites, or historic districts listed on the state or National Register of Historic Places, or on or contiguous to the proposed project site, or that have been determined eligible for listing on the state register, then there will be no related impacts. Check no or small impact may occur. That's the advice from the state.
Okay.
So it's pegged directly at a resource that has been identified as being associated with a historic district, either listed on the National or State Register of Historic Places. It's a archaeological site or district that's been determined to be eligible for listing in the register, or it's located in a historic district. It says nothing about a local resource with a long-standing community institution. Only if it's been actually designated on a national or state register.
Next up is 25A and B, I believe.
Yes. So 25A states, prevent impairment of scenic resources incorporated within the Mid-Hudson Historic Shorelines Scenic District. 25B is protect and enhance the scenic qualities of roads in the town designated as scenic roads. And then the planning board's comment on that is the 100 feet of dilapidated buildings that back up to the roadway and extensive use of chain link fencing around the property seriously impairs the scenic views from the property and roadway. The town board's stated intention to make no changes to the property fails to protect, enhance, or improve the scenic resources. Ouch. So that's, the planning board has commented that, if there are dilapidated buildings on the site, what's the town board's intent here? And so the planning board has associated with the protection, enhancement, or improvement of scenic resources as being the objective here. Both with the scenic resources in the Mid-Hudson Historic Shoreline Scenic District and with designated scenic roads.
And then the protection of the property, once it's designated as public parklands, then it's a protected resource. As has been mentioned, it could be reversed by an act of the state legislature that is.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
Now it comes out. Oh, yeah, roll call.
Can you speak in mic, Robert? We can't hear your lies.
That's your plan.
If it becomes a public park, there is no intention to ask the legislature. It would make no sense to do
It was
so.
on the tape.
This is a public park
Can't be a park.
proposal, and again, I want to go back to
Parties involved in
21A,
the development.
that there is a specific policy to undertake efforts to establish a town dock and park area or areas in Barrytown to provide public access for water-related recreation activities, including fishing and boating. This policy was developed before any of us were involved in local government, and for many of us not even living here. This was an adopted policy to create a public park in Barrytown for these purposes, and that is what we are endeavoring to try to do. Next up.
Well, you didn't answer what the
Next up
planning
was
board.
the policy 32. And on this one, the planning board did not make a determination, but they did present comments to this policy. And the policy states, encourage the use of alternative or innovative sanitary waste systems in small communities where the costs of conventional facilities are unreasonably high, given the size of the existing tax base of these communities. So that's the policy. The planning board had their comments, but again, not a determination, that says sanitary waste facilities currently at the boat club will require alternative facilities, but the town has given no indication what changes will be made. The Waterfront Advisory Committee has determined the town's indication of not applicable is therefore inaccurate, However, the committee has insufficient information to render a decision on consistency.
And our response as it relates to sanitary systems, we've already covered, but if you will repeat that, please.
Yes, and that is that the town will make changes to accommodate.
No change. Oh my God, changes.
Thought you were making any.
Bob, changes?
Please.
Please.
Not making changes.
Please.
Don't interrupt. We-
Yeah, don't interrupt. You got
Not making any
to
changes. Not gonna make any changes.
Inspect
We
the
will if we have to.
facilities to ensure that they are working in accordance with standards, right? We have no information, independent information as it relates to the sanitary system.
You can't see ADA compliance? You can't see they're not ADA compliant?
The town board
You
has
couldn't
stated
see
that
that?
upon inspection by the town's engineering professionals, that anything that's not within compliance with codes, and that would include the sanitary code, that it would be brought up to code to protect public health, safety, and welfare.
What about the Americans with Disabilities Act?
Then we go on to the next item, Ted.
And that would be policy 34. Policy 34 states, discharge of waste materials into coastal waters from vessels will be limited so as to protect significant fish and wildlife habitats, recreational areas, and water supply areas. And the planning board did determine that that was consistent. Their comment was as follows. The Waterfront Advisory Committee has determined the town's indication of not applicable is accurate as the proposed local law sufficiently addresses discharge of waste materials from vessels. The rating not applicable should be changed to yes. Okay.
Next.
Let's see. And the last one, let's see, is it the last one?
Yeah, I think it's 41, maybe?
34, no.
No,
I
41.
believe- No, I believe 34 was the last one.
Yeah.
And then they had every comment in.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so that is what the planning board had provided in its opinions and recommendations.
Okay. Can we look at our LWRP consistency determination draft, please?
Draft?
Ted, can you start us into that? I'm going to step away for a minute.
You're presenting a draft though, right? This is a
Let's see.
draft that you're talking about?
Just give me a moment.
It's not even accepted?
Just for the consistent determination. I think it's like 152. Is that one? 4 hours. I think it's before the planning board stuff. This is it, right?
I think it starts at 154, thereabouts on the PDF 10.
Okay, yes.
I'll just step away for a second.
Okay, so we have 40-some policies to go through here, many of which are not applicable. In the case of the town board's consistency determination for local laws B and C of 2025, and the proposed acquisition of the 2.37 acre property for dedication as parkland as a town dock and park area. So policy 1A states encourage growth of the tourism sector of the town economy through 1, preservation, enhancement, and or reuse of appropriate areas and structures within the LWRPD area, historic shoreline scenic district, and 2, taking steps to inform the public of existing areas of historic, scenic, and recreational interest. And based upon the continuation sheet that was prepared for the coastal assessment form, this form indicates the actions are consistent with that policy. Policy 2, facilitate the siting of water-dependent uses and facilities on or adjacent to coastal waters. This policy has been indicated as consistent and is explained further in attachment A, which is the continuation sheet for comments. 5, encourage the location of development in areas where public services and facilities essential to such development are adequate, except when such development has special functional requirements or other characteristics which necessitate its location in other coastal areas. That is checked as yes, consistent. Fish and wildlife policies, number 7, significant coastal fish and wildlife habitats as identified on the coastal area map shall be protected, preserved, and where practical, restored so as to maintain their viability as habitats. That's also indicated as consistent. Policy 7A is a local Red Hook policy. Protect the areas identified as significant habitat areas by the Department of State, as well as creeks, kilns, wetland, and cove areas draining into and adjacent to the Hudson River from alteration and/or pollutant discharge by residential, commercial, agricultural, or industrial uses in order to maintain their viability as habitat areas. That's indicated as consistent. Protect fish and wildlife resources in the coastal area from the introduction of hazardous wastes and other pollutants which bioaccumulate in the food chain or which cause significant sublethal or lethal effect on those resources. That's policy 8, indicated as consistent. Policy 9, expand recreational use of fish and wildlife resources in coastal areas by increasing access to existing resources, supplementing existing stocks, and developing new resources. Such efforts shall be made in a manner which ensures the protection of renewable fish and wildlife resources and considers other activities dependent on them. Policy 11, buildings and structures will be sited in the coastal area so as to minimize damage to property and the endangering of human lives caused by flooding and erosion. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 16, public funds shall only be used for erosion protective structures where necessary to protect human life and new development which requires a location within or adjacent to an erosion hazard area to be able to function, or existing development, and only where the public benefits outweigh the long-term monetary and other costs, including the potential for increasing erosion and adverse effects on natural protected features. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 17, wherever possible, use non-structural measures to minimize damage to natural resources and property from flooding and erosion. Such measures shall include 1, the setback of buildings and structures, 2, the planting of vegetation and the installation of sand fencing and draining, 3, the reshaping of bluffs, and 4, the floodproofing of buildings or their elevation above the base flood level. And that's indicated as consistent. Policy 19. Protect, maintain, and increase the level and types of access to public water-related recreation resources and facilities, so that these resources and facilities may be fully utilized in accordance with reasonably anticipated public recreation needs and the protection of historic and natural resources. In providing such access, priority shall be given to public beaches, boating facilities, fishing areas, and waterfront parks. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 20. Access to the publicly owned foreshore and to lands immediately adjacent to the foreshore or the water's edge that are publicly owned shall be provided, and it should be provided in a manner compatible with adjoining uses. Such land shall be retained in public ownership. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 20A. Reasonable vehicular access and pedestrian access shall be provided whenever feasible to the publicly owned foreshore, and public ownership or easement over adjoining land will be pursued where appropriate. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 21. Water-dependent and water-enhanced recreation will be encouraged and facilitated and will be given priority over non-water-related uses along the coast, provided it is consistent with the preservation and enhancement of other coastal resources and takes into account demand for such facilities. In facilitating such activities, priority shall be given to areas where access to the recreation opportunities of the coast can be provided by new or existing public transportation services, and to those areas where the use of the shore is severely restricted by existing development, as indicated as consistent. Policy 21A, this is a Town of Red Hook local policy. Undertake efforts to establish a town dock and park area or areas in Berrytown to provide public access for water-related recreation activities, including fishing and boating. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 22. Development when located adjacent to the shore will provide for water-related recreation as a multiple use whenever such recreational use is appropriate in light of reasonably anticipated demand for such activities and the primary purpose of the development. That's indicated as consistent. Protect, enhance, and restore structures, districts, areas, or sites that are of significance in the history, architecture, archaeology, or culture of the state, its communities, or the nation. That's indicated as consistent. Local Policy 23A. Conserve, protect, preserve, and if appropriate, promote the adaptive reuse of places, sites, structures, views, and features in the coastal area of the Town of Red Hook of special historic, cultural, or archaeological significance, or which by reason of association with notable people or events, or of the antiquity or uniqueness of architectural and landscape design, particular significance to the heritage of the town. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 24.
I've asked you not to block the people of the...
Don't interrupt. Go a public hearing.
You should want to block the thing.
Yes. Okay, Policy 24. Prevent impairment of scenic resources of statewide significance as identified on the coastal area map. Impairment shall include 1. The irreversible modification of geologic forms, the destruction and removal of vegetation, the destruction and removal of structures wherever the geologic forms, vegetation, or structures are significant to the scenic quality of an identified resource. And 2, the addition of structures which because of siting or scale will reduce identified views, or which because of scale, form, of materials will diminish the scenic quality of an identified resource. That's indicated as consistent. Local Policy 24A. Prevent impairment of the estate's district scenic area of statewide significance. Indicated as consistent. Policy 24B. Prevent impairment of the Elston North scenic area of statewide significance. Indicated as consistent. Policy 25. Protect, restore, or enhance natural and man-made resources which are not identified as being of statewide significance but which contribute to the overall scenic quality of the coastal area. That's indicated as consistent. Local Policy 25A. Prevent impairment of scenic resources incorporated within the Mid-Hudson Historic Shoreline Scenic District, indicated as consistent. Local Policy 25B. Protect and enhance the scenic qualities of roads in the town designated as scenic roads. That's indicated as consistent. Policy 26A. To conserve and protect agricultural lands in the coastal area of the town of Red Hook, an action shall not result in a loss nor impair the productivity of important agricultural lands if that loss or impairment would adversely affect the viability of agriculture in an agricultural district, or if there is no agricultural district in the area surrounding such lands. That's indicated as consistent with that local policy. Policy 30. Municipal, industrial, and commercial discharge of pollutants, including but not limited to toxic and hazardous substances, into coastal waters will conform to state and national water quality standards, indicated as consistent. And that is it. All of the other ones that I did not mention by number, and the remaining coastal policies 31 through 44 are all considered not applicable to the proposed actions. And that takes care of it. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, so that takes care of the LWRP.
That's the LWRP.
What's next? We did get, though I think they were late, but regardless, we need to address, there were some in the referral to the county. We got some comments related to marinas. They were earlier referenced. Ted, do you want to address that, please? You were very involved with the update, the draft update of the LWRP that's in front of DOS.
Show us the responses in writing.
Yes. So the County Department of Planning and Development provided comments on proposed local laws B and C as zoning amendments. And they came back with a comment that it was a local concern, but with comments. And in a case like this, this does not constitute what they consider to be a denial in their review responsibility. A denial would require the town board, if it was to consider a vote on adoption of local laws B and C, it would have to be by supermajority to overwrite the county comments, and the town board would have to provide comments to the county about that. But that is not the situation here because it is a local concern with comments only, and these are simply recommendations. And the county recommends that the board rely upon its own study of the facts in the case with due consideration of the above comments. And the comments is that, I can read them. The board is proposing to no longer allow marinas as a permitted use within the town. However, the town of Red Hook's local waterfront revitalization plan includes policy statements outlining a town goal of facilitating the siting of water-dependent uses and facilities on or adjacent to coastal waters. Marinas are one of such water-dependent uses identified in the same plan. It is unclear why the board has decided to remove marinas as a permitted use within the town, as it appears to contradict stated policy goals provided in the LWRP. We note that the town has recently updated their LWRP, and the town comprehensive plan, adopted in 1993, is currently in the process of being updated and is projected to be considered for adoption in 2026. While the current comprehensive plan does not specifically speak to the use of marinas, it does state that preferred use within the waterfront conservation area is restricted to passive and water-dependent recreation, and refinement of the town zoning code to integrate recommended measures to carry out the town's local waterfront revitalization program as a general recommendation. The following quotes are included in the town's 2021 LWRP. Quote, commercial uses within the waterfront revitalization area are generally prohibited except for marinas, conference centers, nursery schools, kennels, and farm-related uses as described above. That's a true statement. The second is, quote, clearly a marina, fishing pier, or swimming area would enhance and in turn be enhanced by nearby restaurants, motels, and other non-water oriented tourist activities. And again, we question the justification provided by the town board that finds the proposed removal of marinas as a permitted use within the town to be consistent with the policy goals provided in the LWRP and other local planning objectives, given the specific references to the use provided above. And so, first, the town's comprehensive plan does address commercial uses, and the comprehensive plan is clear that new commercial uses within the town of Red Hook should be directed to the villages of Red Hook and Tivoli and the areas adjoining the villages, as well as to Upper Red Hook, and those are the only areas that are noted in the 1993 Town Comprehensive Plan as being the appropriate places to allow for commercial uses such as a marina. And that's one of the primary reasons why the marinas were considered by the local waterfront revitalization working group. And to eliminate that because of the commercial aspects that are associated with marinas. The second is because there is within the LWRP recommendations that pertain specifically to fish and wildlife resources and to habitats, and the state policy documents and environmental documents that have been produced by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation highlight the fact that marinas can be disruptive and disturbing of habitat areas. The LWRP Coastal Assessment Form that was prepared also discusses the uses that Robert, you had mentioned earlier that are associated with a marina, such as oil, gasoline, and repairs, and other commercial aspects that are associated with a marina.
All right, and the recommendation came out of the LWRP update committee. I think Christine, you were the liaison to that. And Ted, you worked alongside that task force, and that recommendation was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, this draft. The county is referring to a draft, right? And we have to use our adopted LWRP. We can't reference non-adopted LWRP plans, right? But for some reason they have referenced it, right? That language that you read comes out of that?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes. The town's still working with the Department of State to get the document in a form where the state is ready to approve it and send it on to the federal government for their concurrence.
Okay, so it's clear the document recommends the removal of marinas, but there may be some legacy language that's been identified in that draft that should be addressed. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, and I think at this point, because we do have a new set of comments from the state, we're going to have to look at those and determine, what additional changes are made to that draft. And this is the third or fourth time now. This has been back with the state.
Yeah. Yeah, I realize that more mapping stuff, changes that they were requesting.
Well, the state has made changes in the program in the way that they approving LWRPs now. that were not in place when this was originally submitted to the state.
Okay. And they've had a fair amount of turnover, and we're on our third person?
I think the third person, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so that addresses the marinas. I know that that was something that's been brought up. And again, once again, the court has ruled on the removal of marinas as being consistent with the LWRP. Okay, what's next in our review, Ted?
Oh, she said.
10:40.
Well, we've gone through the EAF, we've gone through the coastal assessment form. These are now consolidated documents that wrap all three actions into one document. And I think, at this point, if any of the town board members have any questions or anything further they'd like to discuss about those two documents, we can certainly go over that. Otherwise, I think we've pretty well covered what needs to be done here.
And we've incorporated the environmental review associated with the acquisition action as well, including the alternatives analysis, which goes to the LWRP, right, which says that even if we were to find, and we have not found, but even if we were to find that there are inconsistencies with any one of the 44 policies, that if there is no other better alternative or no other alternative, frankly, that it is that it's appropriate to still move forward.
Yes, with one caveat though, which is that if the town board were to identify an inconsistency with the policy, that you would have to come up with a finding
statement, yeah,
about why you were acting contrary with a LWRP policy.
Right. And we've heard that suggested in some of the written comments that we have received, that we need to provide findings if we were to determine that any one of these policies are violated by the action.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure we've reviewed everything here. Hard copies, I'm not seeing anything. Board members, any questions on the environmental review, CAT, EAF, LWRP for Ted? No? Okay, are we prepared to entertain a resolution as it relates to seeker? If so, I think at that point it would be appropriate. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think we can do that until we close the public hearing.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Still open.
So, if we are ready to do that, then we should consider closing the public hearing.
Don't have to do this tonight.
Are we ready to take action on the determination of non-significance? Board members?
Can you speak up, please?
Sorry, are we ready to take action on the determination of non-significance? We have a draft in front of us.
We have to close the public hearing first.
Yes, but my question is, are you ready to entertain that? Because we need to close the public hearing. Jacob?
I don't have any other concerns to
Okay.
address.
Okay. No. Okay. At this time, I'd like to make a resolution. I'd like to
So wait a minute, is the public
make a
hearing open or
motion.
closed?
Please let me.
Is the public hearing open or closed?
We'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second to that motion?
I'm gonna second it.
Okay.
Oh, you win.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Jacob?
I'll second it, Robert.
Christine?
Really mooch.
Aye.
Must have pulled your own string that time.
Thank you very much. We have resolution, what are we on, 95?
Probably
Is
motion
that
from
right?
Robert.
95.
He doesn't have to fight off next week.
You're at a fork in the road, guys. Do the right thing.
It's a resolution to,
Listen to your people. Do the right thing. You're at a fork in the road. Now's your time to do the right thing.
Amen.
You're at the fork.
it's a resolution. Sorry, 1 second. 95, adopting a determination of non-significance for local zoning amendments. Where that has been presented to the town board of the town of Red Hook, a proposed local law B and C, proposed of 2025, updating and amending the town zoning law in the town of Red Hook. And whereas the town board classified the action as type 1 under SECR and declared its intent to serve as lead agency in a review of the project, as it is the only involved agency, and whereas the proposed zoning amendments will be applicable in the town outside of the villages, and whereas the town board has reviewed a full environmental assessment form and coastal assessment form for the proposed action, and has reviewed a draft FEAF Part 2 and 3, all in the forms on file with the town clerk. The town board has considered the criteria and thoroughly analyzed all identified relevant areas of environmental concern, including any disclosed in the FEAF and CAF. The town board referred the proposed zoning law amendments, and the town board has reviewed the proposed zoning law amendments and their consistency with the town's adopted local waterfront revitalization program. Whereas the town board has reviewed a draft notice of determination of non-significance, negative declaration in the form on file with the town clerk, setting forth reasons supporting a determination that the proposed action will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board of the town of Red Hook, by a favorable vote of not less than a majority of all the members, hereby adopts a negative declaration and determines that the proposed action will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts, and that a draft environmental impact statement will not be prepared, and authorizes and directs the town clerk to distribute a copy of this resolution to all involved and interested agency, the town supervisor, and any person that has requested a copy, and to make all other filings required by law. And that is resolution number 95. And who moved that? Okay. Who would like to move 95? I'll move 95. Does anybody like to second 95?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Is there further discussion on the determination? Okay, I would just like to add that this action is protective of the environment, and having that property permanently protected and available will hopefully be an asset for all members of the community, and including both club members. Okay, further discussion? If not, all in favor? Bill?
Aye.
Julia?
Aye.
Christine? Jacob and myself, the
business.
passes.
Here.
Um,
I was against it from the
We
beginning.
have town of
Yeah.
I was against it from the beginning.
Julie's.
Town of Red Hook, resolution number 96,
Your local business, remember that, Julia.
approving the adoption of a local law B of 2025, a local law updating and amending the town zoning law. Whereas a proposed form of local law entitled Local Law B of 2025, updating and amending the town zoning law, was submitted to the town board of the town of Red Hook. Whereas the planning board reviewed the proposed local law on November 10th, 2025. Yeah, that's a typo, isn't it? Yeah.
Robert, did you take a formal action for LWRP, or did you just go through it?
There's the attorney.
On the LWRP, we took a formal action on the, to adopt, yeah, thank you. We did the neg deck, but yes, we should accept the LWRP.
Try to save her vote.
Get it on film.
$4,000 amount?
Try to save her vote.
Minimum.
Probably. No doubt.
They probably all shop outside of town.
They can't around here.
Okay, this time I'd like to make a motion to adopt the LWRP findings. Folks, please don't interrupt. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the LWRP findings as drafted, as discussed tonight.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Jacob.
Einstein's gonna be proud of him.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Well, hold on, I'll just add that, as I said back in July, my
Yeah,
objection
here we go.
to moving forward with eminent domain is not based on the environmental impact, nor is it based on the consistency with the LWRP. My position has not changed.
You're changing the marina status to
So you obviously
devalued.
have no-
Please don't interrupt, please don't interrupt.
Damage is done.
At this time,
The other one,
for
752
a vote on
days,
the
that's it.
motion to accept the
The snake
LW,
bites, Leon Bachstein
to
should
adopt
be
the
proud.
LWRP.
snake.
All in favor? Jacob? Christina? Myself? Bill? Julia?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, resolution 96, dated December 9th, 2025, local law B. Proposed form of the local law updating and amending was submitted to the town board. The planning board reviewed the proposed local law on November 10th, and serving as the waterfront advisory committee provided its recommendation regarding LWRP consistency, dated November 12th, 2025, stating that the proposal was inconsistent with the policies of the LWRP, and further provided its report and recommendation dated November 12th, 2025, pursuant to section 239M of the general municipal law. A notice of public hearing regarding adoption of said proposed local law was
That's good for the
duly
environment.
advertised in the Pittsburgh
5,000
Journal,
gallons.
which is not less on October 19th. Pursuant to a resolution of the town board adopted on October 14th, a public hearing was held on November 19th at 7:55 and was continued until this evening at 7:35. And all parties in attendance were presented an opportunity to speak on behalf of or in opposition to said proposed law or any part thereof, and whereas pursuant to 239M of GML, the proposed amendments were referred to the Department of Planning and Development, which reported in a communication dated November 25th that it was a matter of local concern with comments. And whereas based upon the information presented to the board, including comments of the public, comments and recommendations of the planning board, the communication of the Department of Planning and Development, and the town's own study of the matter, the town board has determined that the adoption of the proposed zoning amendments are necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of town residents, and to bring the town zoning law into conformance with Greenway connections. Pursuant to Chapter 17 of the Town Code and with applicable state and federal law, and are consistent with the town comprehensive plan. Whereas the town board has adopted a consistency determination finding that the proposed action is consistent with the town's local waterfront revitalization program.
You can say that with a straight face?
Yeah.
And has adopted a negative declaration determining that the proposed action will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. Now therefore be it resolved, and I just want to make one change to the draft. The second whereas the planning board reviewed, the referral is according to town law and town code, not GML. That's our local law. So with that edit, 96. Now therefore, be it resolved by the town board of the town of Red Hook as follows. Town board hereby adopts said local law B of 2025, now to be referred to as local law 3 of 2025, entitled Local Law 3 of 2025, a local law updating and amending the town zoning law in the form on file with the town clerk, and made a part of this resolution. The town hereby is directed to enter said local law in the minutes of the meeting and the town code of the town of Red Hook, to give due notice of the adoption of said local law to the Secretary of State, and to take all other actions as may be required by law. And I so move resolution number 96. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Julia. Further discussion, I would like to just once again reiterate for the public that we are resubmitting the elements of local law 1 as directed of 2025 as directed by the court, and reviewing it in concert with the acquisition of the waterfront parcel. We are taking the direction of the court. We are doing so in such a way that we hope minimizes the legal expenses of the community. That may or may not be the case, but we are taking the direction of the court.
Be going up.
Okay, with that being said, more discussion? Any other comments?
Well, I would just like to add that, you know, in my position as chair of the Comprehensive Planning Steering Committee, Local Law B addresses a number of important zoning-related updates that are unrelated to the waterfront. And it is true that the comprehensive plan update process is underway. That process will take some time. It's not expected to be completed until the end of '26, and that is only the plan itself. Any updates to the zoning code would be subsequent to that, and so local law B is necessary in the interim. Zoning is iterative and can certainly be adjusted in the future if that is appropriate. So I'm happy
So
to
for
support
6 months, you're
local law
going
B.
through all
Thank
this.
you.
Why didn't you carve out the boat club? You could have addressed the other things.
Please, folks, please,
You could have
don't
addressed the
interrupt.
other things and carved out the boat
Julia,
club.
any other
She's
discussion?
facilitating social justice.
Local Law B encompasses all of the non-waterfront related areas of the zoning that were suggested for change. And I want to reiterate that all of these changes that are proposed in Local Law 1 and in Local Law B came from public input. All of them were related to
Where is it?
protecting.
Robert, it was
Please
in the
don't
dark of
interrupt.
night.
Where
All
It
of
was in the
this.
dark of night.
When Local Law 1 was proposed, there were no substantive objections. In fact, support from the planning board on many of these matters. And the only question was related to marinas. So, any other discussion on 96? Sorry, yeah, 96.
No, I was gonna say basically the same thing that Julia brought up, and that this, the work that was done on many of the issues and items that are included in Local Law B were done over a long period of time with committee input and lots of public hearings and public comments. So it just makes sense to put it back. I mean, we have to do it this way because of the judge's decision, so that's why we're doing it this way.
You can do it again.
You gotta do it again.
And again?
All right, folks,
You didn't have to.
at this time, let's do a vote once again. Jacob?
Aye.
Christine?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Bill? Julia?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, resolution.
Can't say no to Robert. Don't
Nine-
say no.
Resolution number 97, approving the adoption of local law C of 2025, the local law updating and amending the town zoning law.
We get money in our pockets.
Whereas a proposed form of the local law entitled Local Law C, updating and amending the town zoning law, was submitted to the town board. Whereas the planning board reviewed the proposed local law on November 10th, 2025, and serving as waterfront advisory committee, provided its recommendation regarding LWRP consistency on the 12th, stating that the proposal was inconsistent with some of the policies of the LWRP, and further provided its report and recommendation dated November 12th, 2025, pursuant to section 239M. Let's make that change again, town code, town law and town code. Whereas a notice of the public hearing regarding adoption of the local law was duly advertised in the Journal, the official newspaper of the town, on October 19th, which is not less than 10 days prior to the date of said public hearing. And whereas pursuant to a resolution the town board adopted October 14, 2025, a public hearing was duly held on November 19th at 8:15, and the public hearing was continued to this evening at 7:35. All parties in attendance were permitted an opportunity to speak on behalf or in opposition to said proposed local law. Whereas pursuant to 239 of the GML, the proposed amendments of the zoning law were referred to the Department of Planning and Development, which reported in a communication dated November 2025 that it was a matter of local concern with comments. Whereas based on the information presented to the board, including comments of the public, comments and recommendations of the planning board, the communication of the Department of Planning and Development, and the town's own study of the matter, the town board has determined that the adoption of the proposed zoning amendments are necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of town residents and to bring the town's zoning law into conformance with Greenway Connections, pursuant to Chapter 17 of the Town Code, and with applicable state and federal law, and are consistent with the Town Comprehensive Plan. And whereas the Town Board has adopted a consistency determination, finding that the proposed action is consistent with the town's LWRP, and has adopted a negative declaration determining that the proposed action will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook as follows. The Town Board hereby adopts said local law C of 2025, now to be referred to, and this would be local law 4. Make sure that typo is corrected, entitled local law number 4 of 2025, a local law updating and amending the town zoning law in the form on file with the town clerk and made a part of this resolution. And the town clerk hereby is directed to enter said local law in the minutes of the meeting and the town code of the town of Red Hook to give due notice of the adoption of said local law to the Secretary of State and to take all other actions as may be required by law. And this is resolution number 97, and I so move. Is there a second?
Come on, Julie, you got it.
Second.
Thank you, Jacob. Is there further discussion? If not, I would like to
I'd like to
make
say
a
something.
roll. Please. Thank you.
So I am not prepared to support this resolution today. I only got the comments from the county planning board today.
Okay.
I feel there's
How's it
quite a
feel?
lot of flux about the status of the new
How's it feel?
WRP draft. I am supportive of the goal of not commercializing the waterfront, but I do not feel prepared to vote on this resolution today.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just like to say that, again,
Rachel's got the two little delegates.
I sort of feel like no matter what we say, you don't want to hear it anyway, but we.
Think about us!
Please don't interrupt.
We spent a lot of time at the, with the steering committee for the LWRP update. We talked a lot about different types of uses, changes in the community. At the time, the issue of parking the tankers in the middle of the river was very hot.
It's got nothing to do with it.
And, well, just like, you could say this has nothing to do with that, I could say this has nothing to do with
They
it.
can't anchor in a channel. They can't anchor in a channel.
So they will never anchor.
Come on.
So the
If you knew,
point
you
is,
know.
there was a lot of different thoughts and reasonings behind this. Again, it was done and put into the law at a time before we got to the boat club stuff, which
Well, it was just
does not
ironic
make me
then.
happy.
Yeah, they're
But
just
this
trying to be
does
heroes over
not,
it.
this was not done, or the recommendations from the LWRP committee had nothing to do, we were not foreseeing anything to do with the boat club. We did not bring that up at all. As I have said, I'm not in support of the eminent domain of the boat club, and, but this does not, this was not done or developed in any way tied to an proposed eminent domain of the boat
He's
club.
out, you want the property
Yeah.
for convenience
Eliminate
for the town.
marinas.
Thank you, Christine. I do want to add that when that draft that recommended the removals of marinas, before it was developed, that all the property owners along the waterfront were contacted for their input. And so there was that opportunity to review that recommendation and to have input, and we did not, from my understanding, we did not, according to Paula, we did not get any response from the boat club to the draft.
You've had 700 letters going against eminent domain, and you ignored that.
And this was many years ago.
You sent letters that you would listen to that?
Many years ago. Okay, at this time, I'd like to entertain a vote on resolution number 97. I moved it, Jacob seconded.
Aye.
Okay, Christine?
I didn't know you were taking it.
William?
Nay.
Nay, okay. The resolution passes.
So
Let the record show 4-1. At this time, we're going to move on to, quickly move on to the other items on the agenda.
Now, Christine,
Go
you've
to
got
some.
January 1st, the other ones have 752. Remember 752?
Folks, please. We're moving on.
January 1st.
Okay.
Thank God.
Agenda. We have to tackle awarding the communication equipment. We have a recommendation from our engineer. This would be resolution number 98. The bid, recommended bid. We haven't done water tank rehab. I want to do this one first. I'm jumping ahead a little bit.
Of course.
For
Benefits
item
you.
number 3. Approving the contract for the water district water tank communications equipment. You have the communication from the engineers. There's a recommendation to award. Let's go.
All right, Kenny. Can't wait to get up there, Kenny.
Bill, do you want to speak to this for a second? Not for very long, we've still got a few things. Go ahead.
It's just a replacement and upgrade of the ability of the water department to communicate with the tank. The old system was a two-way radio, which is obsolete and not always working. And the new technology is cellular, so it's on 24/7. And it's been something that is the industry standard for water districts with tanks. And so that's why the water department has asked to upgrade.
Okay, and we have a recommendation to award. Yeah. Smith Control System, and the amount was $20,000. And that's resolution number 98. You'll move that? Thank you. Okay. Is there a second on that motion to approve the resolution rather?
Second.
Thank you, Christine. Bill moved and Christine seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Okay, we have resolution number 99. So this is related to the water tank rehab. Bill, do you want to do just a couple of minutes of recap in case someone's watching tonight and hasn't been watching for many meetings where we've been discussing this?
Well, the tank is old. It was put in, I think, in 1989. And the water department was faced with the decision of whether to replace the tank or rehab the tank. Replacing the tank was probably, at that time that they were getting estimates, was about 4.6 million. Is now considerably higher than that. The rehab is really about draining the tank and then both on the inside and outside, making necessary repairs and repainting it with a much higher quality, longer lasting, durable paint to extend the life of the existing tank, hopefully 15 to 20 more years. That is estimated about 1.7 million. The water board, they decided, they voted that they would rather go with a rehab than a replacement. And in the intervening time, because they, as Hank said at one of the prior meetings, that they had kept our rates so much lower than everybody else that we weren't putting enough money in our fund for emergencies, that during the course of that period of time that the rehab will keep the tank alive, that they'll be able to have the reserves go up to deal with some of the major things that are going to happen for the water main have to be replaced. So that's the reason for the water tank rehab decision, and it made sense to me. And just so to be clear, our water board has people who run water departments in other communities as well as work with the county, wastewater and water committee, and so there's a lot of expertise there, and they did a number of financial models and looked at other things, cost out over time and cost of money and those things, and they believe that the tank rehab is the better option.
Right. And so we have a memo from our engineers, Dan Valentine, opinion of probable construction cost update. Provided us with that. We have from the water board an explanation of how they would seek to fund it. We have to call a public hearing. It's a resolution and an order calling the public hearing regarding the increase and improvement of water district facilities for water district number 1 in the town of Red Hook. And again, as a reminder to folks, it's only the users of the water system who pay for the costs. So this is a resolution that calls that public hearing to get the input of the community, and I'll read it to you. The engineer has prepared an engineering report dated August 24th of 2022. That's how long it's been discussed whether or not to rehab or to replace, and they've made a final determination. The engineer updated that report in 2023. There was a tank inspection in 2024 and sediment removal project in 2024 at the request of the water board. The engineer has prepared a further report updated March 10th of this year, describing the rehab project and providing an opinion of probable cost for the rehabilitation option and tank replacement option. So looking at both things, updating the costs as Bill mentioned. Such report update together with the engineering report, the preliminary report, a copy of which is on file with the town clerk. The cost of rehab of the tank is estimated not to exceed $1,672,600. A portion of such cost is estimated in the amount of $400,000 is proposed to be paid from the water district's existing SW reserve fund, and the remaining project cost is to be proposed to be financed pursuant to the local finance law, whereas the aforesaid purpose constitutes repair or replacement in kind. It's a type 2 action as defined under seeker. A public hearing, looks like we have in draft form here, January 13th at 7:35, just a few minutes before that other public hearing. Pursuant to section 202B of the town law, to consider said proposed improvement and modification of facilities of the district, and to hear all persons interested in the subject thereof concerning the same, and for such other action on the part of the town board with relation thereto as may be required by law. The town clerk shall publish at least once in the journal, a newspaper having a general circulation in town. It must be on the signboard pursuant to subdivision 6 of section 30 of town law, and it must be substantially in the form attached. The first publication thereof posting to be not less than 10 days or more than 20 days before the date of such public hearing. So Deanna, you'll have to count backwards there and make sure that we fall within that.
Yeah.
Thank you. The notice, it's hereby given that the town board of the town of Red Hook will meet, I don't know why it says via Zoom, we will meet on the 13th. Let's make that added to the notice, please. That must have been a legacy template at 7:35 prevailing time for the purpose of conducting a public hearing upon a proposal by said town board to undertake proposed improvements. Pursuant to section 202B, the town board is considering a recommended work plan for improvements to the water district as described in the preliminary engineering report dated August 2022, as amended June 17, 2023, as further supplemented March 10, 2025, prepared by T&B Engineering and Landscape, including the rehabilitation of the existing standpipe at Kelly Road water storage site, and including original furnishings, equipment, machinery, and apparatus required therefore, at an estimated maximum cost of $1,672,000. A portion of such costs in the estimated amount of $400,000 is proposed to be paid from the Water District's existing SW Reserve Fund, and the remaining project cost is proposed to be financed pursuant to the local finance law. Such engineer's preliminary report is on file with the town clerk. We've determined, according to our engineer's report, that this constitutes a type 2 action under seeker. All interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard by order of the town board of the town of Red Hook dated December 9th, 2025. Resolution number 99. Are we 99? Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to move that one too.
Bill, you want to move it as water related? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Christine. Any further discussion? As a reminder, January 13th, folks at home, 2 public hearings. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. We don't need to take action on the 284 agreement. For the folks at home, just so you know, the highway superintendent each year prepares what we would call a work plan, if you will, an agreement, which needs to be approved by the local municipal body, in this case the town board. And that is a schedule of which roads and how far and what type of improvement to the roadways are being proposed. And while I struggle to find the PDF page, I will just read you so you know what's proposed for next year is Starbuck Road from Old Post to Williams, and that is a repaving. Asphalt, 20 feet, approximately 2 inches, 20 feet wide, 2 inches deep. Middle Road, starting in Rhinebeck Town Line and ending at Rokeby Road, a distance of 0.85 miles. Stony Brook Road, starting at the Tivoli Village Line and ending at State Route 9G, a distance of 0.89 miles. Sangstack, starting at Woods Road and ending at Stony Brook Road, a distance of 0.6 miles. Kidd Lane, from 9G to the Tivoli Village Line, a distance of 1.1 miles. That is for chip seal, oil and stone chip seal. Approximate width of 22 feet, thickness of just 1/4, that is an overlayment seal. Subbase is asphalt. For the major improvements, there shall not be the repairs of $62,000. Vosburg Road, not expended above $323, and then on the chip seal, $90,000. So the superintendent is not asking for us to take action tonight, but just know for the public and for the board members who will be here in January, that she'll be looking for our approval or our comments or our questions in advance of that January meeting.
I just had one comment maybe to relate to Jacob, since I won't be here at the January meeting.
Okay.
I know that we are very much in favor of green procurement and electrification of the fleet. I just want to make sure that, there was some back and forth about which band to be procured, and just that I want to make sure that whatever, obviously electric is great, but just that it actually meets the needs of the group.
Yeah. Yeah, that's next night.
Oh, that you were going to talk about that.
We're going to discuss that, but since you raised it, yeah. I mean, there are, the The only confusion I see is that there wasn't a focus on what's available, because there's lots of new and used that are high top. I mean, that's the most important thing, is the cargo van they are interested in having. It's not called high top, but you know what I mean. Right?
Extra height, yeah.
The extra height. Tall van. The tall van. And Ford, which I think I sent the link, I think she came back with the Dodge, so she did find some. So, and you can get, gently used for 2023. She did explain you can't use chips for the used, but there is quite a bit of price difference there. So, that's something to consider is, do we want to buy new, do we not want to buy used? We have the infrastructure here to charge. They have excess electricity, which we pass on to other accounts. So we can just use it, to help reduce the cost of operating that van. So there are plenty of options as it relates to electric, and there is the ZEV infrastructure, so we can get some grant money if we apply and get approved. Okay, anything else more about vans since we brought that up? Thank you for mentioning that. Okay. What's left? We've got healthcare benefits. I think I mentioned that earlier. One thing I would bring to your attention is that there are other options for local municipalities who currently are with MVP. It looks like our brokers are adding in some United Healthcare plans that may be comparable, something to look at, perhaps, that may produce savings while providing the same level of coverage for the employees. So if you would take a look at that menu plate carefully. I will have our brokers help differentiate between some of those similar plans, so that we can understand, what if any implications there are besides monetary.
Also, for the benefit of the two new board members coming in who've never done this, we do it every year. There are a number of plans that are listed at various costs and structures, and so it's important that we have somebody who can explain those and then get the input from our employees and the union.
I'm only smiling because if somebody thinks they can understand healthcare coverage in a meeting, I mean, I'm finishing up my 10th year and I still don't understand all of the aspects of these plans, and they're constantly changing.
They're difficult, but there are some bottom lines and issues of deductibles and how much is going to come out of an employee's pocket versus the other, and I think we need to get the input from our employees, and we need to have somebody come and explain it, especially since we have two new people that have never been through this.
Well, we don't know. I mean, they may have been through it in another part of their life.
This will be my 7th time, and it's hard.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all we have is to please, for those of you who will be here in January, to please look at that. Okay, the last item that we have before we entertain going into executive session and attorney-client is home rule request. The Community Preservation Fund, you've heard me talk about this, and I was around at the beginning of it in 2005 when we started advocating for the Hudson Valley Community Preservation Fund Act. So we have had this real estate transfer fee in place for 19 years now. It was voted in by the public. I will take every opportunity to remind folks, because we have an issue that the community is divided about, that even when the community itself gets to decide by referendum, that does not mean that the community would not be divided. The timing of which, and it's sort of comparable to right now, the timing back then when the Community Preservation Fund was brought forth to the voters in 2007 was at the beginning of a major real estate downfall. We also had, I think Roland Page was here tonight. His wife, Linda, became the president of the New York Board of Realtors, and they used some of their mobilization fund to fight it. At the time, many realtors were against it. Many of them turned around to become supporters of it because they realized that even those warnings that, oh, with this real estate transfer fee, nobody's going to want to buy into the community, blah, 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 and it's been quite the opposite because we've been able to protect what's so important to many in the community, those working landscapes, the open spaces, that it has supported the valuations, and you could say increased the valuations. So many of them turned around and have a very different positive view of it. That said, the state enabling legislation, as it did with the towns in Long Island and Warwick who preceded us, allows for 20 years, and then it needs to be reviewed. And so we need to make that request of our state reps to carry a home rule authorization bill, essentially just to extend it. So what you have in front of you is a resolution to make that request and a draft that asks for it to be, like with Warwick, to be extended to 2050. I can prepare stats for next year so people understand, but essentially that real estate transfer fee has totaled nearly $8 million, of which we've leveraged with all the land trusts, the county, the state, the federal government. We're one of the rare communities that have partnered with the Farm and Ranch program. And so if you drive down West Curly Corners and you see most of those protected properties, we had many of those property owners were here this evening. As a matter of fact, we partnered with them and protected those working landscapes with CPF funds. Cookingham Farm, we had the funds to work on that UTS project, which has not come to fruition. We've done the Close Farm, we've done so many other farms, open properties. We've been able to expand our recreational parks as well with CPF. All of that to say that it's been a transformative tool for our community. I think we would all agree, and so the extension of that would be helpful when it comes time for the next amazing property owner to want to work with us, to protect.
I have a question.
Sure.
When it was initially adopted, it was for 20 years pursuant to state law. Did the state law change to allow it to go to 25?
I don't know what the state enabling legislation. That is discretionary.
That's what
And the counsel that I got on that was, if they've already done that, why, unless you have a reason to have a different time period that the legislature is used to, and this is I think it's a verbatim almost copy of the extension by Warwick, and that was passed in the legislature. So we have this resolution. This would be, are we at 100?
Yes.
I think that's pretty amazing to have this one be 100. Almost poetic.
I'd like to make a motion for that resolution.
You would like to make the motion on that one resolution. Okay, here it is. Resolution 100, put forth by Councilperson Christine King, requesting adoption of an amendment to Chapter 443 of the laws of 2006 regarding the Community Preservation Fund. Whereas in accordance with Chapter 443 of the laws of 2006, codified as Section 64H of the Town Law and Article 31A1A of the Tax Law, and pursuant to Chapter 57 of the Red Hook Town Code, the town has previously established the Town of Red Hook Community Preservation Fund, funded by a 2% real estate transfer tax to implement a plan for the preservation of community character, to acquire interest or rights in real property for the preservation of community character within the town, including villages, in accordance with such plan and in cooperation with willing sellers, and to provide a management and stewardship program for such interests and rights. The town has established an advisory board, and the town has adopted a community preservation plan as amended from time to time. And whereas the town of Red Hook wishes to continue the authority to collect a real estate transfer tax for the Red Hook Community Preservation Fund, and whereas the town board wishes to request official action of the state legislature through section 40 of the municipal home rule law. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board of the town of Red Hook as follows. Hereby respectfully request the assistance of our state senator and assembly member with the presentation of a home rule request for adoption of legislation to amend chapter 443 of the laws of 2006, amending the tax law relating, authorizing the town of Red Hook to impose a real estate transfer tax with revenues therefrom to be deposited in said community preservation fund in relation to the effective date thereof. And I would just add to that that right now it's effective all the way through 2026, but because the session starts now and we can't pass the law till the first date of the session, but you need to get it in this year's session. It's a spring session that generally ends first week of June. They'll probably take this up around February or something. The town clerk is hereby authorized and directed to forward a certified copy of this resolution and a copy of draft legislation in the form on file with the town clerk with the appropriate transmittal letter to the senator and assembly members' offices of the New York State Legislature. The officers of the town are hereby authorized to take all other actions as may be required by law. A regular meeting was held, and the following resolution was offered by Council Member Christine Kane, seconded by
Me.
William Hamel. Resolution number 100. Any further discussion? If not, we are always used as an example for this tool. There are many more communities, New Paltz, Gardner, many that I've been to, Kingston, go up and down. There are some that haven't started using it yet, but Chatham, that are looking at this. I think Rhinebeck was discussing it a couple of years ago. They haven't. You think they're going to move forward with it? Okay. So it's been extraordinarily effective. All right, all in favor? Aye. Aye. You're waiting for the vote. 5 ayes. Okay, that concludes everything on the agenda.
We have to move or cancel.
The 24th. We will. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to suggest that we reschedule so that we have excuse me, a date available and the public will be aware that we have an alternate date available for a meeting. That would be December 30th.
With the idea that we could cancel that if we don't have.
If we don't have year-end business that we need to conduct. We are normally scheduled, for the folks at home, we do the second Tuesday and fourth Wednesday. The fourth Wednesday happens to be Christmas Eve. We're assuming you wouldn't want to be with us Christmas Eve here at Town Hall, so we're going to go ahead and entertain a resolution to, a motion to reschedule the meeting. December 30th, 7:30. Okay? All right, I moved. Is there a second? Second. Julia?
Aye.
Okay, nobody's happy about the 30th, but better than 24th.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 5 ayes. Okay, folks, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming tonight.
But I don't want to see you all again, but I hope not.
I think lost in tonight's discussion, though I did bring up that these local laws were resubmissions and would not have an impact on the acquisition action that was previously taken. It was mentioned, and I think it's important to acknowledge that there are court mediation negotiations going on. We've heard conversations about can we have info sessions, can we have discussions. We have made it clear that when there are matters under litigation, there are matters under negotiation, that is not acceptable and not appropriate for us to have those conversations. In fact, the court would not look, excuse me, upon us favorably. But you have heard me say that it is our hope and our intent that we can negotiate something that works for everyone in the community, including the boat club and the public at large. And so with that hope that we continue to maintain in all our endeavors as public representatives, I want to thank you for attending tonight, and I want to wish you a very happy holiday, whatever it is the holiday that you celebrate, and stay healthy. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we go into attorney-client session. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for coming.